Chapter 1 of Summa Contra Gentiles, second book on creation. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Contra Gentiles, second book on creation, by St. Thomas Aquinas, translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. The Summa Contra Gentiles, second book, chapter 1, connection of the foregoing with the sequel. I meditated on all thy works. I meditated upon the works of thy hands. Psalm 142, verse 5. It is impossible to know a thing perfectly unless we know its operation, since from the mode and species of its operation we gauge the measure and quality of its power, while the power of a thing shows forth its nature. Because a thing has naturally an aptitude for work according as it actually has such and such a nature. Now the operation of a thing is twofold, as the philosopher teaches in the 9th book of Metaphysics. One that abides in the very worker, and is a perfection of the worker himself, such as to sense, to understand, and to will. And another that passes into an outward thing, and is a perfection of the thing made that results from it, such as to heat, to cut, and to build. Now both of the aforesaid operations are competent to God, the former in that he understands, wills, rejoices, and loves; the latter in that he brings forth things into being, preserves them, and rules them. Since, however, the former operation is a perfection of the operator, while the latter is a perfection of the thing made, and since the agent is naturally prior to the thing made, and is the cause thereof, it follows that the first of the aforesaid operations is the reason of the second, and naturally precedes it, as a cause precedes its effect. This is, in fact, clearly seen in human affairs, for the thought and will of the craftsman is the origin and reason of the work of building. Accordingly, the first of the aforesaid operations, as a simple perfection of the operator, claims for itself the name of operation, or again, of action; while the second, as being a perfection of the thing made, takes the name of work. Wherefore those things which a craftsman brings into being by an action of this kind are said to be his handiwork. Of the former operation of God we have already spoken in the foregoing book, where we treated of the divine knowledge and will. Wherefore, in order to complete our treatise of the divine truth, it remains for us to treat of the latter operation, whereby, to wit, things are made and governed by God. We may gather this order from the words quoted above. For first he speaks of meditation on the first kind of operation when he says, I meditated on all thy operations, so that we refer operation to the divine intelligence and will. Then he refers to meditation on God's works when he says, and I meditated on the works of thy hands, so that by the works of his hands we understand heaven and earth, and all that is brought into being by God, as the handiwork produced by a craftsman. End of chapter 1. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, L.C. Chapter 2 of Summa Contra Gentiles, second book on creation, by St. Thomas Aquinas, translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2. That the consideration of creatures is useful for building up our faith. This meditation on the divine works is indeed necessary in order to build up man's faith in God. First, because through meditating on his works, we are able somewhat to admire and consider the divine wisdom. For things made by art are indications of the art itself, since they are made in likeness to the art. Now God brought things into being by his wisdom, for which reason it is said in the Psalm 103, verse 24, Thou hast made all things in wisdom. Hence we are able to gather the wisdom of God from the consideration of his works, since by a kind of communication of his likeness it is spread abroad in the things he has made. For it is said in Ecclesiasticus chapter 1 verse 10, "He poured her out," namely wisdom, "upon all his works." Wherefore the psalmist, after saying in Psalm 138 verse 6 and following, "Thy knowledge is become wonderful to me, it is high, and I cannot reach to it," and after referring to the aid of the divine enlightening when he says, "Night shall be my light," etc., confesses himself to have been helped to know the divine wisdom by the consideration of the divine works, saying, "Wonderful are thy works, and my soul knoweth right well." Secondly, this consideration leads us to admire the sublime power of God, and consequently begets in men's hearts a reverence for God. For we must needs conclude that the power of the Maker transcends the things made. Wherefore it is said in Wisdom chapter 13 verse 4, "If they," the philosophers to wit, "admired their power and their effects, namely, of the heavens, stars, and elements of the world, let them understand that he that made them is mightier than they." Also it is written in Romans chapter 1 verse 20, "The invisible things of God are clearly seen, being understood by the things that are made, his eternal power also and divinity." And this admiration makes us fear and reverence God. Hence it is said in Jeremiah chapter 10 verses 6 and 7, "Great is thy name in might, who shall not fear thee, O King of nations?" Thirdly, this consideration inflames the soul of men to the love of the divine goodness. For whatever goodness and perfection is generally apportioned among various creatures, is all united together in him universally, as in the source of all goodness, as we proved in the first book. Wherefore, if the goodness, beauty, and sweetness of creatures are so alluring to the minds of men, the fountainhead of the goodness of God himself, in comparison with the rivulets of goodness which we find in creatures, will draw the entranced minds of men wholly to itself. Hence it is said in the Psalm 91 verse 5, "Thou hast given me, O Lord, a delight in thy doings, and in the works of thy hands I shall rejoice." And elsewhere, in Psalm 35 verses 9 and 10, it is said of the children of men, "They shall be inebriated with the plenty of thy house," that is, of all creatures, "and thou shalt make them drink of the torrent of thy pleasure, for with thee is the fountain of life." Again it is said in Wisdom chapter 13 verse 1 against certain men, "By these good things that are seen," namely, creatures that are good by participation, "they could not understand him that is good to it, nay more, that is goodness itself," as we have shown in the first book. Fourthly, this consideration bestows on man a certain likeness to the divine perfection. For it was shown in the first book that God, by knowing himself, beholds all other things in himself. Since then the Christian faith teaches man chiefly about God, and makes him to know creatures by the light of divine revelation, there results in man a certain likeness to the divine wisdom. Hence it is said in 2 Corinthians chapter 3 verse 18, "But we all beholding the glory of the Lord with open face are transformed into the same image." Accordingly, it is evident that the consideration of creatures helps to build up the Christian faith. Wherefore it is said in Ecclesiasticus chapter 42 verse 15, "I will remember the works of the Lord, and I will declare the things I have seen. By the words of the Lord are his works." End of chapter 2. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, LC. Chapter 3 of Summa Contra Gentiles, second book on creation, by St. Thomas Aquinas, translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3. That the knowledge of the nature of creatures avails for refuting errors against God. The consideration of creatures is likewise necessary, not only for the building up of faith, but also for the destruction of errors. For errors about creatures sometimes lead one astray from the truth of faith, insofar as they disagree with true knowledge of God. This happens in several ways. First, because through ignorance of the nature of creatures, men are sometimes so far misled as to deem that which can but derive its being from something else to be the first cause and God, for they think that nothing exists besides visible creatures. Such were those who thought that any kind of body was God, of whom it is said in Wisdom chapter 13 verse 2, who, having imagined either the fire, or the wind, or the swift air, or the circle of the stars, or the great water, or the sun and moon to be the gods. Secondly, because they ascribe to certain creatures that which belongs to God alone. This also results from error about creatures. For one does not ascribe to a thing that which is incompatible with its nature, unless one is ignorant of its nature. For instance, if we were to ascribe 3 feet to a man. Now that which belongs to God alone is incompatible with the nature of a creature, even as that which belongs to man alone is incompatible with another thing's nature. Hence the foregoing error arises from ignorance of the creature's nature. Against this error, it is said in Wisdom chapter 14 verse 21, they gave the incommunicable name to stones and wood. Into this error fell those who ascribe the creation of things, or the knowledge of the future, or the working of miracles, to causes other than God. Thirdly, because something is withdrawn from the divine power in its working on creatures through ignorance of the creature's nature. This is evidenced in those who ascribe to things a twofold principle, and in those who aver that things proceed from God not by the divine will, but by natural necessity, and in those who withdraw either all or some things from the divine providence, or who deny that it can work outside the ordinary course of things. For all these are derogatory to the divine power. Against these it is said in Job chapter 22 verse 17, who looked upon the Almighty as if he could do nothing, and in Wisdom chapter 12 verse 17, thou showest thy power, when men will not believe thee to be absolute in power. Fourthly, man, who is led by faith to God as his last end, through ignoring the natures of things, and consequently the order of his place in the universe, thinks himself to be beneath certain creatures above whom he is placed, as is evidenced in those who subject man's will to the stars. And against these it is said in Jeremiah chapter 10 verse 2, be not afraid of the signs of heaven, which the heathens fear. Also in those who deem the angels to be the creators of souls, and human souls to be mortal, and in those who hold any like opinions derogatory to the dignity of man. Accordingly, it is clear that the opinion is false of those who asserted that it mattered not to the truth of faith what opinions one holds about creatures, so long as one has a right opinion about God, as Augustine relates in his book De Origine Animae. Since error concerning creatures by subjecting the human mind to causes other than God amounts to a false opinion about God, and misleads the minds of men from God, to whom faith strives to lead them. Wherefore Scripture threatens punishment to those who err about creatures as to unbelievers, in the words of the Psalm 27 verse 5. Because they have not understood the works of the Lord and the operations of his hands, thou shalt destroy them, and shalt not build them up. And in Wisdom chapter 2 verse 21, these things they thought and were deceived. And further on in verse 23, they esteemed not the honor of holy souls. End of chapter 3. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, L.C. Chapter 4 of Summa Contra Gentiles, second book on creation, by St. Thomas Aquinas, translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4. That the philosopher and the theologian treat of creatures in different ways. Now it is evident from what has been said that the teaching of the Christian faith treats of creatures in so far as they reflect a certain likeness of God, and forasmuch as error concerning them leads to error about God. And so they are viewed from a different point by the aforesaid teaching and by that of human philosophy. For human philosophy considers them as such, wherefore we find that the different parts of philosophy correspond to the different genera of things. On the other hand, the Christian faith does not consider them as such. For instance, it considers fire not as such, but as representing the sublimity of God, and as being directed to Him in any way whatsoever. For as it is stated in Ecclesiasticus chapter 42, verses 16 and 17, "Full of the glory of the Lord is His work. Hath not the Lord made the saints to declare all His wonderful works?" Hence also the philosopher and the believer consider different matters about creatures. For the philosopher considers such things as belong to them by their own nature, for instance, that fire tends upwards, whereas the believer considers about creatures only such things as belong to them in respect of the relation to God, for instance, that they are created by God, are subject to God, and so forth. Wherefore, it argues not imperfection in the teaching of faith if it overlooks many properties of things, such as the shape of the heavens and the quality of its movement. Since neither does the physicist consider the same characters of a line as the geometrician, but only such as are accidental thereto, as the term of a natural body. Any matters, however, that the philosopher and the believer in common consider about creatures are delivered through different principles on the one hand and on the other. For the philosopher takes his argument from the proper causes of things, whereas the believer has recourse to the first cause, for instance, because it has been thus delivered by God, or because it conduces to God's glory, or because God's power is infinite. Hence, the teaching of faith should be called the greatest wisdom, since it considers the highest cause, according to the saying of Deuteronomy chapter 4, verse 6. "For this is your wisdom and understanding in the sight of nations." Wherefore human philosophy is a handmaid to her as mistress. For this reason, sometimes divine wisdom argues from the principles of human philosophy, since also among philosophers, the first philosophy makes use of the teachings of all sciences in order to establish its purpose. Hence again, both teachings do not follow the same order. For in the teaching of philosophy, which considers creatures in themselves and leads us from them to the knowledge of God, the first consideration is about creatures, and the last of God, whereas in the teaching of faith, which considers creatures only in their relation to God, the consideration about God takes the first place, and that about creatures the last. And thus it is more perfect, as being more like God's knowledge, for He beholds other things by knowing Himself. Wherefore, according to this order, after what has been said in the first book about God in Himself, it remains for us to treat of the things which proceed from Him. End of chapter 4. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, L.C. Chapter 5 of Summa Contra Gentiles, second book on creation, by St. Thomas Aquinas, translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 5. Order of the things to be said. We shall treat of these things in the following order. First, we shall discourse of the bringing forth of things into being, starting at chapter 6. Secondly, of their distinction, starting at chapter 39. Thirdly, of the nature of these same things brought forth and distinct from one another, so far as it concerns the truth of faith, starting at chapter 46. End of chapter 5. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, L.C. Chapter 6 of Summa Contra Gentiles, second book on creation, by St. Thomas Aquinas, translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 6. That it becomes God to be the source of being to other things. Taking then as granted the things that were proved in the foregoing book, Let us now proceed to prove that it becomes God to be the source and cause of being to other things. For it was shown above by the proof of Aristotle that there is a first efficient cause which we call God. Now, an efficient cause brings its effects into being. Therefore God is the cause of being to other things. Again, it was shown in the first book by the argument of the same author that there is a first immovable mover, which we call God. Now the first mover in any order of movements is the cause of all the movements in that order. Since then many things are brought into being by the movements of the heaven, and since God has been proved to be the first mover in the order of those movements, it follows that God is the cause of being to many things. Moreover, that which belongs to a thing by its nature must needs be in that thing universally. As for man to be rational, and for fire to tend upwards. Now it belongs to a being in act that it should enact an effect. For every agent acts according as it is in act, according to Aristotle in the third book of Physics, chapter 3, paragraph 1. Therefore, it is natural to every being in act to enact something existing in act. Now God is being in act, as we proved in the first book. Therefore it is competent to him to produce something in act to which he is the cause of being. Further, it is a sign of perfection in things of the lower world that they are able to produce their like, as stated by the philosopher in the fourth book of Meteorology. Now God is supremely perfect, as was proved in the first book. Therefore it is competent to him to produce something in act like unto himself, so that he is the cause of its being. Again, it was shown in the first book that God wills to communicate his being to other things by way of likeness. Now it belongs to the will's perfection to be the principle of action and movement, as stated in the third book of De Anima. Since then God's will is perfect, it lacks not the power of communicating his being to a thing by way of likeness, and thus he will be the cause of its being. Further, the more perfect the principle of a thing's action is, to so many more and further distant things can it extend its action. Thus fire, if weak, heats only that which is nigh, but if strong, heats even distant things. Now pure act, which is God, is more perfect than act mingled with potentiality, as it is with us. But act is the principle of action. Since then, by the act which is in us, we are able to proceed not only to actions that abide in us, such as intelligence and volition, but also to actions that pass on to outward things, and through which certain things are made by us. Much more can God, in that he is in act, not only understand and will, but also produce an effect. And thus he can be the cause of being to other things. Hence it is said in Job chapter 5 verse 9, "Who doth great things and unsearchable, things without number." End of chapter 6. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, LC. Chapter 7 of Summa Contra Gentiles, second book on creation, by St. Thomas Aquinas, translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 7. That in God there is active power. It follows from this that God is powerful, and that active power is fittingly ascribed to him. For active power is the principle of acting on another as such, according to the fourth book of Metaphysics, chapter 12, paragraphs 1, 10, and 11, and the eighth book of Metaphysics, chapter 2, paragraph 1. Now it becomes God to be the principle of being to other things. Therefore it becomes him to be powerful. Moreover, just as passive potentiality is consequent upon being in potentiality, so active potency is consequent upon being in act. For A thing is active because it is an act, and passive because it is in potentiality, according to the third book of Physics, chapter 3, paragraph 1. Now it becomes God to be in act. Therefore active power is becoming to him. Again, the divine perfection includes the perfection of all things, as was proved in the first book. Now active power belongs to the perfection of a thing, since a thing is found to be the more perfect in proportion as it is more powerful. Therefore God cannot be devoid of active power. Further, whatever acts has the power to act, since that which is not the power to act cannot possibly act, and what cannot possibly act of necessity does not act. Now God acts and moves, as was proved above. Therefore he has the power to act. And active but not passive potency is fittingly ascribed to him. Hence it is said in the Psalm 88, verse 9, "Thou art mighty, potens, O Lord," and elsewhere in Psalm 70, verses 18 and 19, "Thy power and thy justice, O God, even to the highest great things thou hast done." End of chapter 7. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, L.C. Chapter 8 of Summa Contra Gentiles, second book, on creation, by St. Thomas Aquinas, translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 8. That God's power is his substance. We may also conclude from this that the divine power is God's very substance. For active power becomes a thing according as this is an act. Now God is very act, nor is he being an act by some act that is not himself, since in him there is no potentiality, as we have proved in the first book. Therefore, he is his own power. Again, whatever is powerful, and is not its own power, is powerful by participating another's power. But nothing can be ascribed to God by participation, for he is his own being, as we proved in the first book. Therefore, he is his own power. Moreover, active power belongs to a thing's perfection, as stated above. Now every perfection of God is contained in his very being, as was shown in the first book. Therefore the divine power is not other than his very being. Now God is his own being, as we proved in the first book. Therefore he is his own power. Again, in those things whose powers are not their substance, their powers are accidents. Hence natural power is placed in the second species of accident. But in God there can be no accident, as was proved in the first book. Therefore God is his own power. Further, whatever is by another is reduced to that which is by its very self, being thus reduced to that which is first. Now other agents are reduced to God as first agent. Therefore he is agent by his very self. But that which acts by its very self acts by its essence, and that by which a thing acts is its active power. Therefore God's very essence is his active power. End of chapter 8. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, L.C. Chapter 9 of Summa Contra Gentiles, second book, on creation, by St. Thomas Aquinas, translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 9. That God's power is his action. From this we can show that God's power is not other than his action. For things that are identical with one and the same thing are identical with one another, as stated in the Sophistical Refutations 6:8. Now God's power is his substance, as we have proved. and his action is also his substance, as we showed in the first book with regard to his intellectual operation. For this applies equally to his other operations. Therefore, in God, power is not distinct from action. Again, the action of a thing is a complement of its power, for it is compared to power as a second act to first. Now the divine power is not completed by another than himself, since it is God's very essence. Therefore in God, power is not distinct from action. Moreover, just as active power is something acting, so is its essence something being. Now God's power is his essence, as we have proved. Therefore his action is his being. But his being is his substance. Therefore God's action is his substance, and so the same conclusion follows as before. Further, an action that is not the substance of the agent is in the agent as an accident in its subject. Wherefore, action is reckoned among the 9 predicaments of accident. Now there can be nothing accidental in God. Therefore, God's substance is not other than his power. End of chapter 9. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, LC. Chapter 10 of Summa Contra Gentiles, second book on creation, by St. Thomas Aquinas, translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 10. In what way power is ascribed to God. Since, however, nothing is its own principle, and God's action is not other than his power, it is clear from the foregoing that power is ascribed to God not as the principle of action, but as the principle of the thing made. And since power implies relation to something else other than the aspect of principle thereof, for active power is the principle of acting on something else, according to the philosopher in the 5th book of Metaphysics, it is evident that power is ascribed to God in relation to things made, according to reality, and not in relation to action, except according to our way of understanding, forasmuch as our intellect considers both the divine power and action, to wit, by different concepts. Wherefore, if certain actions are becoming to God, which do not pass into something made but remain in the agent, power is not ascribed to God in their respect, except according to our manner of understanding, and not according to reality. Such actions are intelligence and volition. Accordingly, God's power, properly speaking, does not regard such like actions, but only their effects. Consequently, intellect and will are in God not as powers, but only as actions. It is also clear from the foregoing that the manifold actions ascribed to God as intelligence, volition, the production of things, and the like, are not so many different things, since each of these actions in God is his own very being, which is one and the same thing. How one thing may remain true while having many significations may be clearly seen from what has been shown in the first book. End of chapter 10. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, LC. Chapter 11 of Summa Contra Gentiles, second book on creation, by St. Thomas Aquinas, translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 11. That something is said of God in relation to creatures. Now, as power is becoming to God in relation to his effects, and as power conveys the notion of a principle, as we have stated, and since principle denotes relationship to that which proceeds from it, it is evident that something can be said of God relatively in relation to his effects. Again, it is inconceivable that one thing be referred to another unless conversely the latter be referred to it. Now we speak of other things in relation to God, For example, as regards their being which they have from God, as already proved, they are dependent upon Him. Therefore, conversely, we may speak of God in relation to creatures. Further, likeness is a kind of relation. Now God, even as other agents, produces something like Himself. Therefore something is said of Him relatively. Moreover, knowledge denotes relation to the thing known. Now God has knowledge not only of Himself, but also of other things. Therefore something is said of God in relation to other things. Again, mover implies relation to the thing moved, and agent to thing done. Now God is an agent and an unmoved mover, as already proved. Therefore relations are predicated of Him. Again, first implies some kind of relation, and so does supreme. Now it was proved in the first book that He is the first being and the supreme good. It is therefore evident that many things are said of God relatively. End of chapter 11. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, LC. Chapter 12 of Summa Contra Gentiles, second book, on creation, by St. Thomas Aquinas, translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 12. That relations said of God in reference to creatures are not really in God. These relations, however, which refer to His effects, cannot possibly be in God. For they cannot be in Him as accidents in a subject, since no accident is in Him, as we proved in the first book. Neither can they be God's very substance, because, since relative terms are those which essentially refer somehow to something else, as the Philosopher says in the Predicaments, it would follow that God's substance is essentially referred to something else. Now that which is essentially referred to another depends in some way thereon, since it can neither exist nor be understood without it. Hence it would follow that God's substance is dependent on something else outside it, and thus it would be not of itself necessary being, as we have proved in the first book. Therefore, such like relations are not really in God. Again, it was proved in the first book that God is the first measure of all beings. Therefore God is compared to other beings as knowable things to our knowledge, since opinion or speech is true or false according as a thing is or is not, according to the Philosopher in the Predicaments. Now though a thing is said to be knowable in relation to knowledge, the relation is not really in the knowable, but only in the knowledge. Wherefore, according to the Philosopher in the fifth book of Metaphysics, the knowable is so called relatively, not because it is itself related, but because something else is related to it. Therefore, the said relations are not really in God. Further, the aforesaid relations are said of God not only with respect to those things that are actual, but also with respect to those that are in potentiality, because He both has knowledge of them, and in reference to them is called the first being and the sovereign good. But that which is actual has no real relation to that which is not actual but potential. Else would follow that there are actually an infinite number of relations in the same subject, since potentially infinite numbers are greater than the number 2, which is prior to them all. Now God is not related to actual things otherwise than to potential things, for He is not changed by the fact that He produces certain things. Therefore He is not related to other things by relation really existing in Him. Moreover, whatever receives something anew must needs be changed, either essentially or accidentally. Now certain relations are said of God anew. For instance, that He is Lord or governor of a thing which begins anew to exist. Wherefore, if a relation were predicated of God as really existing in him, it would follow that something accrues to God anew, and consequently that he is changed either essentially or accidentally, the contrary of which was proved in the first book. End of chapter 12. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, LC. Chapter 13 of Summa Contra Gentiles, second book, on creation, by St. Thomas Aquinas, translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 13. How the aforesaid relations are predicated of God. Nevertheless, it cannot be said that the aforesaid relations exist extraneously as something outside God. For since God is the first being and sovereign good, it would be necessary to consider yet other relations of God to those relations that are realities. And if these also are realities, we shall again have to find third relations, and so on indefinitely. Therefore, the relations by which God is referred to other things are not really existing outside God. Again, a thing is predicated denominatively in two ways. For a thing may be denominated from that which is outside it. For instance, from place, a person is said to be somewhere, and from time, somewhen. And a thing may be denominated from that which is in it, as a person is denominated white from whiteness. On the other hand, a thing is not found to be denominated from a relation as extraneous, but as inherent. For a man is not denominated a father except from fatherhood which is in him. Therefore it is impossible for the relations whereby God is referred to creatures to be realities outside him. Since then it has been proved that they are not really in him, and yet are predicated of him, it remains that they are ascribed to him according only to our way of understanding, from the fact that other things are referred to him. For our intellect, in understanding one thing to be referred to another, understands at the same time that the latter is related to the former, although sometimes it is not really related at all. Wherefore it is also evident that the aforesaid relations are not said of God in the same way as other things are predicated of God. For all other things, as wisdom, will, predicate his essence, whereas the aforesaid relations do not by any means, but solely according to our way of understanding. And yet our understanding is not false, because from the very fact that our intellect understands that the relations of the divine effects terminate in God himself, it predicates certain things of him relatively. Even so, we understand and express the knowable relatively from the fact that our knowledge is referred to it. End of chapter 13. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, LC. Chapter 14 of Summa Contra Gentiles, second book, on creation, by St. Thomas Aquinas, translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 14. How the aforesaid relations are predicated of God, continued. It is also clear from the foregoing that it is not prejudicial to God's simplicity if many relations are predicated of him, although they do not signify his essence, because they are consequent upon our way of understanding. For nothing hinders our intellect understanding many things, and being referred in many ways to that which is in itself simple, so as to thus consider the simple thing under a manifold relationship. And the more simple a thing is, the greater its virtue, and of so many more things is it a principle, and consequently it is understood and related in so many more ways. Thus a point is a principle of more things than a line is, and a line of more things than a surface. Wherefore the very fact that many things are said of God relatively bears witness to his supreme simplicity. End of chapter 14. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, LC. Chapter 15 of Summa Contra Gentiles, second book on creation, by St. Thomas Aquinas, translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 15. That God is to all things the cause of being. Now, since we have proved that God is the source of being to some things, we must further show that everything besides himself is from him. For whatever belongs to a thing otherwise than as such, belongs to it through some cause, as white to a man, because that which has no cause is something first and immediate, wherefore it must needs belong to the thing essentially and as such. Now it is impossible for any one thing to belong to two, and to both of them as such. For that which is said of a thing as such does not go beyond that thing. For instance, to have 3 angles equal to 2 right angles does not go beyond a triangle. Accordingly, if something belongs to 2 things, it will not belong to both as such. Wherefore it is impossible for any one thing to be predicated of 2, so as to be said of neither by reason of a cause. But it is necessary that either the one be the cause of the other. For instance, fire is the cause of heat in a mixed body, and yet each is called hot. Or else some third thing must be cause of both. For instance, fire is the cause of 2 candles giving light. Now, being is said of everything that is. Wherefore it is impossible that there be 2 things, neither of which has a cause of its being, but either both the things in question must have their being through a cause, or else the one must be the cause of being to the other. Hence, everything that, in any way whatever is, must needs be from that to which nothing is a cause of being. Now we have proved above that God is this being to which nothing is a cause of its being. Therefore from him is everything that, in any way whatever, is. If, however, it be said that being is not a univocal predicate, the above conclusion follows nonetheless. For it is not said of many equivocally, but analogically, and thus it is necessary to be brought back to one thing. Moreover, that which belongs to a thing by its nature, and not by some other cause, cannot be diminished and deficient therein. For if something essential be subtracted from or added to a nature, there will be at once another nature, even as it happens in numbers, where the addition or subtraction of unity changes the species. And if the nature or quiddity of a thing remain entire, although something is found to be diminished, it is clear that this does not depend simply on that nature, but on something else, through the absence of which it is diminished. Wherefore that which belongs to one thing less than to others, belongs to it not through its nature alone, but through some other cause. Consequently, that thing will be the cause of all in a certain genus, to which thing the predication of that genus belongs above all. Hence that which is most hot is seen to be the cause of heat in all things hot, and that which is most light is the cause of all things that have light. Now God is being above all, as we have proved in the first book. Therefore he is the cause of all which being is predicated. Further, the order of causes must needs correspond to the order of effects, since effects are proportionate to their causes. Wherefore, as proper effects are reduced to their proper causes, so that which is common in proper effects must needs be reduced to some common cause. Even so, above the particular causes of the generation of this or that thing, is the Son the universal cause of generation, and the king is the universal cause of government in his kingdom, above the wardens of the kingdom and of each city. Now being is common to all. Therefore, above all causes there must be a cause to which it belongs to give being. But God is the first cause, as shown above. Therefore it follows that all things that are from God. Again, That which is said to be essentially so and so is the cause of all that are so by participation. Thus fire is the cause of all things ignited as such. Now God is being by his essence, because he is being itself, whereas everything else is being by participation. For there can be but one being that is its own being, as was proved in the first book. Therefore, God is the cause of being to all other things. Further, everything that is possible to be and not to be has a cause. Because considered in itself, it is indifferent to either, so that there must needs be something else that determines it to one. Wherefore, since we cannot proceed to infinity, there must needs be some necessary thing that is the cause of all things that it is possible to be and not to be. Now there is a necessary thing that has a cause of its necessity, and here again we cannot proceed to infinity, so that we must needs come to something that is of itself necessary to be. And this can be but one, as we showed in the first book, and this is God. Therefore everything other than him must be reduced to him as the cause of its being. Moreover, God is the maker of a thing, inasmuch as he is in act, as we have proved above. Now by his actuality and perfection, he contains all the perfections of things, as we have shown in the first book, and thus he is virtually all things. Therefore he is the maker of all. But this would not be if something else were of a nature to be otherwise than from him. For nothing is of a nature to be from another, and not to be from another, since if it be of a nature not to be from another, it is of itself necessary to be, and thus can never be from another. Therefore, nothing can be except from God. Again, the imperfect originate from the perfect, as seed from an animal. Now God is the most perfect being and the sovereign good, as was shown in the first book. Therefore, he is to all things the cause of their being, especially since it was proved that there can be but one such thing. This is confirmed by divine authority, for it is said in the Psalm 145 verse 6, "Who made heaven and earth, the sea, and all the things that are in them." And in John chapter 1 verse 3, "All things were made by him, and without him was made nothing." And in Romans chapter 11 verse 36, "Of him, and by him, and in him are all things. To him be glory forever." This sets aside the error of the ancient physicists who asserted that certain bodies had no cause of their being, likewise of some who say that God is not the cause of the substance of heaven, but only of its movement. End of chapter 15. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, LC. Chapter 16 of Summa Contra Gentiles, second book on creation, by St. Thomas Aquinas, translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 16. That God brought things into being out of nothing. From this it is clear that God brought things into being out of no pre-existing thing as matter. For if a thing is an effect of God, either something exists before it or not. If not, our point is proved, namely that God produces an effect from no pre-existing thing. If, however, something exists before it, we must either go on to infinity, which is impossible in natural causes, as the philosopher proves in the second book of Metaphysics, or we must come to some first thing that presupposes no other. And this can only be God. For it was shown in the first book that he is not the matter of anything, nor can there be anything other than God, the being of which is not caused by God, as we have proved. It follows, therefore, that God, in producing his effects, requires no prejacent matter out of which to produce his work. Further, every matter is constricted to some particular species by the form with which it is superendued. Hence, to produce an effect out of prejacent matter by enduing it with a form in any way belongs to an agent that aims at some particular species. Now, a like agent is a particular agent, since causes are proportionate to their effects. Therefore, an agent that requires of necessity prejacent matter out of which to work its effect is a particular agent. But God is an agent as being the universal cause of being, as was proved above. Therefore, he needs no prejacent matter in his action. Again, the more universal an effect, the higher its proper cause, because the higher the cause, to so many more things does its virtue extend. Now, to be is more universal than to be moved. Since some beings are immovable, as also philosophers teach, for instance, stones and the like, it follows therefore that above the cause which acts only by causing movement and change, there is that cause which is the first principle of being, and we have proved that this is God. Therefore God does not act merely by causing movement and change. Now everything that cannot bring things into being save from prejacent matter acts only by causing movement and change, since to make aught out of matter is the result of movement or change of some kind. Consequently, it is not impossible to bring things into being without prejacent matter. Therefore, God brings things into being without prejacent matter. Again, that which acts only by movement and change is inconsistent with the universal cause of being, since by movement and change a being is not made from absolute non-being, but this being from this non-being. Now God is the universal cause of being, as we have proved. Therefore it is not becoming to him to act only by movement or change. Neither then is it becoming to him to need pre-existing matter in order to make something. Moreover, every agent produces something like itself in some way. Now every agent acts according as it is actually. Consequently, to produce an effect by causing in some way a form inherent to matter will belong to that agent, which is actualized by a form inherent to it, and not by its whole substance. Hence the philosopher proves in the 7th book of Metaphysics that material things, which have forms in matter, are engendered by material agents that have forms in matter, and not by per se existing forms. Now God is actual being not by a form inherent to him, but by his whole substance, as we have proved above. Therefore, the proper mode of his action is to produce a whole subsistent thing, and not merely an inherent thing, namely a form in matter. And every agent that requires no matter for its action acts in this way. Therefore, God requires no pre-existing matter in his action. Further, matter is compared to an agent as the recipient of the action proceeding from the agent. For the action which is the agent's as proceeding therefrom is the patient's as residing therein. Wherefore matter is required by an agent that it may receive the agent's action, since the agent's action received in the patient is the patient's act and form, or some beginning of a form therein. Now God does not act by an action that requires to be received in a patient, because his action is his substance, as already proved. Therefore, he requires no prejacent matter in order to produce an effect. Further, every agent that requires prejacent matter in acting has a matter proportionate to its action, so that whatever is in the potency of the agent is all in the potentiality of the matter. Otherwise, it could not bring into act all that are in its active power, and thus would have that power with regard to such things to no purpose. Now matter has no such proportion to God, for matter is not in potentiality to any particular quantity, as the Philosopher declares in the third book of Physics, whereas the divine power is simply infinite, as we proved in the first book. Therefore God requires no prejacent matter as necessary for his action. Again, of different things there are different matters, for the matter of spiritual things is not the same as that of corporeal things, nor that of heavenly bodies the same as that of corruptible bodies. This is evident from the fact that receptivity, which is a property of matter, is not of the same kind in the aforesaid. For receptivity in spiritual things is intelligible, thus the intellect receives the species of intelligible objects, but not according to their material being, while heavenly bodies receive newness of situation, but not newness of being, as lower bodies do. Therefore, there is not one matter that is in potentiality to universal being. But God's activity regards all being universally. Therefore, no matter corresponds proportionately to him. Therefore, he requires not matter of necessity. Moreover, wherever in the universe certain things are in mutual proportion and order, one of them must proceed from the other, or both from some one. For order must be founded in one by its corresponding with another. Else order or proportion would be the result of chance, which is inadmissible in the first principles of things, because it would follow yet more that all else are from chance. If, then, there be any matter proportionate to the divine action, it follows that either the one is from the other, or both from a third. But since God is the first being and the first cause, he cannot be the effect of matter, nor can he be from any third cause. Therefore it follows that if there be matter proportionate to God's action, he is the cause thereof. Again, that which is the first of beings must needs be the cause of the things that are, for if they were not caused, they would not be set in order thereby, as we have already proved. Now between act and potentiality there is this order that, although in the one and same thing which is sometimes in potentiality and sometimes in act, potentiality precedes act in point of time, whereas act precedes by nature. Nevertheless, speaking simply, act must needs precede potentiality, which is evidenced by the fact that potentiality is not reduced to act save by a being in act. But matter is a being in potentiality. Therefore God, who is pure act, must needs be simply prior to matter, and consequently the cause thereof. Therefore matter is not necessarily presupposed for his action. Again, primary matter is in some way, for it is a being in potentiality. Now God is the cause of all things that are, as we have proved. Therefore God is the cause of primary matter, to which nothing is pre-existent. Therefore the divine action needs no pre-existing nature. Divine Scripture confirms this truth, saying in Genesis chapter 1 verse 1, "In the beginning God created heaven and earth." For to create is nothing else than to bring something into being without prejacent matter. Hereby is refuted the error of the ancient philosophers, who asserted that matter has no cause whatever, because they observed that in the actions of particular agents something is always prejacent to action. Whence they drew the opinion common to all that "from nothing naught is made." This is true in particular agents, but they had not yet arrived at the knowledge of the universal agent, which is the active cause of all being, and of necessity presupposes nothing for his action. End of chapter 16. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, LC. Chapter 17 of Summa Contra Gentiles, second book on creation, by St. Thomas Aquinas, translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 17. That creation is neither movement nor change. Having proved the foregoing, it is evident that God's action, which is without prejacent matter and is called creation, is neither movement nor change, properly speaking. For all movement or change is the action of that which is in potentiality as such, according to the third book of Physics, chapter 1, paragraph 6. Now in this action there pre-exists nothing in potentiality to receive the action, as we have proved. Therefore it is neither movement nor change. Again, the extremes of a movement or change are included in the same order, either because they come under one genus, as contraries, for instance in the movement of growth and alteration, and when a thing is carried from one place to another, or because they have one potentiality of matter in common, as privation and form in generation and corruption. But neither of these applies to creation, for it admits of no potentiality, nor of anything of the same genus that may be presupposed to creation, as we have proved. Therefore, there is neither movement nor change therein. Further, in every change or movement there must be something that is conditioned otherwise now and before, since the very name of change shows this, according to the fifth book of Physics, chapter 1, paragraph 7. But when the whole substance of a thing is brought into being, there can be no same thing that is conditioned in one way and in another, for it would not be produced, but presupposed to production. Therefore, creation is not a change. Further, movement and change must needs precede that which is made by change or movement, because, having been made, is the beginning of rest and the term of movement. Wherefore, all change must be movement or the term of a movement that is successive. For this reason, what is being made is not. For as long as movement lasts, something is being made and is not. Whereas in the term itself of movement, wherein rest begins, no longer is a thing being made, but it has been made. Now in creation, this is impossible. For if creation preceded as movement or change, it would necessarily presuppose a subject, and this is contrary to the nature of creation. Therefore creation is neither movement nor change. End of chapter 17. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, LC. Chapter 18 of Summa Contra Gentiles, second book on creation, by St. Thomas Aquinas, translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 18. How to solve the objections against creation. From this we may see the vacuity of those who gainsay creation by arguments taken from the nature of movement and change, such as that creation must needs, like other movements and changes, take place in some subject, and that it implies the transmutation of non-being into being, like that of fire into air. For creation is not a change, but the very dependence of created being on the principle whereby it is produced. Hence it is a kind of relation. Wherefore nothing prevents its being in the creature as its subject. Nevertheless, creation would seem to be a kind of change according only to our way of understanding, in so far, to wit, as our intellect grasps one and the same thing as previously non-existent, and is afterwards existing. It is clear, however, that if creation is a relation, it is a thing, and neither is it uncreated, nor is it created by another relation. For since a created effect depends really on its creator, this relation must needs be something. Now everything is brought into being by God. Therefore it receives its being from God. And yet it is not created by a different creation from the first creature, which is stated to be created thereby. Because accidents and forms, just as they are not per se, so neither are they created per se, since creation is the production of a being, but just as they are in another, so are they created when other things are created. Moreover, a relation is not referred through another relation, for in that case one would go on to infinity, but is referred by itself because it is essentially a relation. Therefore, there is no need for another creation whereby creation itself is created, so that one would go on to infinity. End of chapter 18. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, LC. Chapter 19 of Summa Contra Gentiles, second book on creation, by St. Thomas Aquinas, translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 19. That in creation there is no succession. It is also clear from the foregoing that all creation is without succession. For succession is proper to movement, while creation is not a movement nor the term of a movement, as change is. Therefore, there is no succession therein. Again, in every successive movement there is some mean between its extremes. For a mean is that which a continuously moved thing reaches first before reaching the term, according to the fifth book of Physics, chapter 3, paragraph 2. Now between being and non-being, which are as the extremes of creation, no mean is possible. Therefore, there is no succession therein. Moreover, in every making wherein there is succession, a thing is becoming before it has been made, as is proved in the sixth book of Physics. Now this cannot happen in creation, because the becoming which would precede being made would need a subject, and this could not be the creature itself whose creation is in question, since it is not before it is made. Nor would it be in the maker, because to be moved is the act not of the mover, but of the thing moved. It follows that becoming would have for its subject some pre-existing matter of the thing made, but this is incompatible with creation. Therefore, there can be no succession in creation. Further, every making that proceeds by succession must needs take time, since before and after in movement are reckoned by time. Now time, movement, and the thing subject to movement are all simultaneously divided. This is evident in local movement, for that which is moved with regularity passes through half a magnitude in half the time. Now the division in forms that corresponds to division of time is according to intensity and remissness. Thus, if a thing is heated to such a degree in so much time, it is heated to a less degree in less time. Accordingly, succession in any movement or making is possible, according as the thing in respect of which there is motion is divisible, either according to quantity, as in local movement and increase, or according to intensity and remission, as in alteration. Now the latter occurs in two ways. First, because the form which is the term of movement is divisible in respect of intensity and remission, as when a thing in motion towards whiteness. Secondly, because such a division happens in dispositions to such a form. Thus the becoming of fire is successive on account of the previous alteration as regards the dispositions to the form. But the substantial being itself of a creature is not divisible in this way, for substance cannot be more or less, according to Categories 3:20. Nor do any dispositions precede creation, since there is no pre-existing matter, for disposition is on the part of matter. It follows, therefore, that there cannot be succession in creation. Further, succession in the making of things results from a defect of the matter that is not suitably disposed from the beginning for the reception of the form. Wherefore, when the matter is already perfectly disposed for the form, it receives it in an instant. For this reason, since a diaphanous body is always in the last disposition for light, it is actually illumined as soon as the luminous body is present. Nor does any movement precede on the part of the illuminable body, but only local movement on the part of the illuminant, which becomes present. But in creation, nothing is required beforehand on the part of matter, nor does the agent lack anything for his action that may afterwards accrue to him through movement, since he is utterly immovable, as we have shown in the first book of this work. It follows, therefore, that creation is instantaneous. Hence, in the same instant, a thing is being created and is created, just as in the same instant a thing is being illumined and is illumined. Hence divine Scripture declares that the creation of things took place in an indivisible instant when it says, "In the beginning God created heaven and earth," which beginning Basil expounds as the beginning of time, and thus must be indivisible, as is proved in the sixth book of Physics. End of chapter 19. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, LC. Chapter 20 of Summa Contra Gentiles, second book on creation, by St. Thomas Aquinas, translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 20. That no body can create. Hence it is evident that no body can produce anything by creation. For no body acts unless it be moved, since agent and patient must be together, as also maker and that which is made. And those things are together which are in the same place, as stated in the sixth book of Physics. And a body does not acquire a place except by movement. But no body is moved except in time. Wherefore, whatever is done by the action of a body is done successively, whereas creation, as we have proved, is without succession. Therefore nothing can be produced by way of creation by any body whatever. Further, every agent that acts through being moved, of necessity moves that on which it acts. For the thing made and the thing patient are consequent upon the disposition of maker and agent, since every agent produces its like. Hence, if the agent, while varying in disposition, acts inasmuch as it is changed by movement, it follows that also in the patient and the thing made there is a succession of dispositions which is impossible without movement. Now no body moves unless it be moved, as we have proved. Therefore nothing results from the action of a body, except by the movement or change of the thing made. But creation is neither change nor movement, as proved above. Therefore no body can cause a thing by creating it. Again, since agent and effect must needs be like each other, a thing cannot produce the whole substance of the effect, unless it act by its entire substance. Thus the philosopher proves conversely, in the seventh book of Metaphysics, that if a form without matter acts by its whole self, it cannot be the proximate cause of generation wherein the form alone is brought into act. Now no body acts by its whole substance, although the whole of it acts. For since every agent acts by the form whereby it is actual, that alone is able to act by its whole substance, the whole of whose substance is a form. And this can be said of no body, because every body has matter, since every body is changeable. Therefore no body can produce a thing as to the whole substance of that thing, and this is essential to creation. Further, to create belongs exclusively to an infinite power, for an agent's power is so much the greater, according as it is able to bring into act a potentiality more distant from act. For instance, that which can produce fire from water in comparison with that which can produce it from air. Hence, where pre-existing potentiality is altogether removed, all proportion to a determinate distance is surpassed, and thus the power of an agent that produces something without any pre-existing potentiality must surpass all conceivable proportion to the power of an agent that produces something out of matter. But no power of a body is infinite, as the philosopher proves in the 8th book of Physics. Therefore no body can create a thing, for this is to make something out of nothing. Moreover, mover and moved, maker and made, must be together, as proved in the 7th book of Physics. Now a bodily agent cannot be present to its effect except by contact, whereby the extremes of contiguous things come together, according to the 5th book of Physics, chapter 3, paragraph 8. Wherefore it is impossible for a body to act save by contact. But contact is of one thing in relation to another. Hence, where there is nothing pre-existent besides the agent, as happens in creation, there can be no contact. Therefore no body can act by creating. Thus we may see the falseness of the position of those who say that the substance of the heavenly bodies causes the matter of the elements, since matter can have no cause except that which acts by creating, because matter is the first subject of movement and change. End of chapter 20. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, LC. Chapter 21 of Summa Contra Gentiles, second book on creation, by St. Thomas Aquinas, translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 21. That it belongs to God alone to create. It can also be shown from the foregoing that creation is an action proper to God, and that He alone can create. For since the order of actions is according to the order of agents, because the more excellent the agent, the more excellent the action, it follows that the first action is proper to the first agent. Now creation is the first action, since it presupposes no other, while all others presuppose it. Therefore, creation is the proper action of God alone, who is the first agent. Again, it was proved that God creates things from the fact that there can be nothing besides Himself that is not created by Him. Now this cannot be said of anything else, because nothing else is the universal cause of being. To God alone, therefore, does creation belong as His proper action. Further, effects correspond proportionately to their causes, so that, to wit, we ascribe actual effects to actual causes, and potential effects to potential causes, and in like manner particular effects to particular causes, and universal effects to universal causes, as the philosopher teaches in the second book of Physics. Now being is the first effect, and this is evident by reason of its universality. Wherefore the proper cause of being is the first and universal agent, which is God. Whereas other agents are the causes not of being simply, but of being this, for example, of being a man, or of being white. But being simply is caused by creation which presupposes nothing, since nothing can pre-exist outside being simply. by other makings, this or such a being is made, because this or such a being is made from an already existing being. Therefore, creation is God's proper action. Moreover, whatever is caused with respect to some particular nature cannot be the first cause of that nature, but only a second and instrumental cause. For Socrates, since he has a cause of his humanity, cannot be the first cause of human nature, because, seeing that his human nature is caused by some one, it would follow that he is the cause of himself, since he is what he is by human nature. Consequently, a univocal generator must be like an instrumental agent in relation to that which is the primary cause of the whole species. Hence it is that all the lower active causes must be compared to the higher causes as instrumental to primary causes. Now every substance other than God has being caused by another, as was proved above. Wherefore it is impossible for it to be a cause of being otherwise than as instrumental and as acting by virtue of another. But an instrument is never employed save in order to cause something by the way of movement, for the very notion of an instrument is that it is a mover moved. Creation, however, is not movement, as we have proved. Therefore, no substance besides God can create anything. Again, an instrument is employed on account of its being adapted to the effect, that it may be a medium between the first cause and the effect, and be in contact with both, and thus the influence of the first reaches the effect through the instrument. Hence there must be something that receives the influence of the first in that which is caused by the instrument. But this is contrary to the nature of creation, since it presupposes nothing. It follows, therefore, that nothing besides God can create, neither as a principal agent nor as an instrument. Further, every instrumental agent carries out the action of the principal agent by some action proper and connatural to itself. Thus natural heat produces flesh by dissolving and digesting, and a saw works for the completion of a bench by cutting. Accordingly, if there is a creature that works for the purpose of creating as an instrument of the first Creator, it must do so by some action due and proper to its own nature. Now the effect corresponding to the instrument's proper action precedes in the order of generation the effect which corresponds to the principal agent, whence it is that the ultimate end corresponds to the first agent. For the cutting of the wood precedes the form of the bench, and digestion of food precedes the generation of flesh. Consequently, there must be effected by the proper operation of the creating instrument something which, in the order of generation, precedes being, which is the effect corresponding to the action of the first Creator. But this is impossible, because the more common a thing is, the more does it precede in the order of generation. Thus animal precedes man in the generation of a man, as the Philosopher says in his book on the generation of animals. Therefore it is impossible for a creature to create, whether as principal or as instrumental agent. Again, that which is caused in respect of some nature cannot be the cause of that nature simply, for it would be its own cause, whereas it can be the cause of that nature in this individual. Thus Plato is the cause of human nature in Socrates, but not simply, since he is himself caused in respect of human nature. Now that which is the cause of something in this individual communicates the common nature to some particular thing, whereby that nature is specified or individualized. But this cannot be by creation, which presupposes nothing to which something can be communicated by an action. Therefore it is impossible for anything created to be the cause of something else by creation. Moreover, since every agent acts insofar as it is actual, it follows that the mode of action must follow the mode of a thing's actuality. Wherefore, the hot thing which is more actually hot gives greater heat. Consequently, anything whose actuality is determined to genus, species, and accident must have a power determined to effects like the agent as such, since every agent produces its like. Now nothing that has determinate being can be like another of the same genus or species, except in the point of genus or species, because insofar as it is this particular thing, one particular thing is distinct from another. Nothing, therefore, that has finite being can by its action be the cause of another, except as regards its having genus or species, not as regards its subsisting as distinct from others. Therefore every finite agent postulates before its action that whereby its effect subsists as an individual. Therefore it does not create, and this belongs exclusively to an agent whose being is infinite, and which contains in itself the likeness of all beings, as we have proved above. Again, since whatever is made that it may be, if a thing is said to be made that was before, it follows that it is not made per se, but accidentally, whereas that is made per se which was not before. Thus, if from white a thing is made black, a black thing is made, and a colored thing is made, but black per se, because it is made from non-black, and colored accidentally, since it was colored before. Accordingly, when a being is made, such as a man or a stone, a man is made per se, because he is made from not man, but a being is made accidentally, since he is not made from not being simply, but from this particular not being, as the Philosopher says in the first book of Physics. When therefore a thing is made from not being simply, a being is made per se. Therefore it follows that it is made by that which is per se the cause of being, since effects are referred to their proportionate causes. Now this is the first being alone, which is the cause of a being as such, while other things are causes of being accidentally, and of this particular being per se. Since then to produce a being from no pre-existing being is to create, it follows that it belongs to God alone to create. The authority of Holy Writ bears witness to this truth, for it declares that God created all things, in Genesis chapter 1 verse 1. In the beginning, God created heaven and earth. And Damascene says in the second part of his book, On the Orthodox Faith, chapter 2, paragraph 3, all those who say that the angels are creators of any substance whatsoever are children of their father the devil, for those who are creatures are not creators. Hereby is refuted the error of certain philosophers who said that God created the first separate substance, by whom the second was created, and so on, in a certain order, to the last. End of chapter 21. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, L.C. Chapter 22 of Summa Contra Gentiles, second book, on creation, by St. Thomas Aquinas, translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 22. That God can do all things. Hence it is clear that the divine power is not determined to one particular effect. For if it belongs to God alone to create, it follows that what things soever cannot be produced by their cause save by way of creation must be immediately produced by him. Now the like are all separate substances, which are not composed of matter and form, and the existence of which we will suppose for the present, and likewise all corporeal matter. These things, then, being distinct from one another, are the immediate effect of the aforesaid power. Now no power that produces immediately a number of effects, otherwise than from matter, is determined to one effect. I say immediately, for if it produced them through intermediaries, the diversity might be owing to the intermediary causes. And I say otherwise than from matter, because the same agent, by the same action, causes different effects according to the diversity of matter. Thus the heat of fire hardens clay and melts wax. Therefore God's power is not determined to one effect. Again, every perfect power extends to all those things to which its per se and proper effect can extend. Thus the art of building, if perfect, extends to whatever can have the nature of a house. Now God's power is the per se cause of being, and being is its proper effect, as stated above. Therefore it extends to all that is not incompatible with the notion of being. For if his power were confined to one effect alone, it would be the cause of a being not as such, but as this particular being. Now the opposite of being, which is non-being, is incompatible with the notion of being. Wherefore God can do all things but those which include the notion of non-being. And such are those that imply a contradiction. It follows, therefore, that God can do whatever does not imply a contradiction. Again, every agent acts in so far as it is actual, wherefore the mode of an agent's power in acting follows its mode of actuality. For man begets man, and fire begets fire. Now God is perfect act, possessing in himself the perfections of all things, as was proved above. Therefore his active power is perfect, and extends to all things whatsoever that are not incompatible with the notion of actuality. But these are only those which imply a contradiction. Therefore God can do all except these things. Moreover, to every passive potentiality there corresponds an active potentiality, since potentiality is for the sake of act, as matter for the sake of form. Now a being in potentiality cannot come to be in act save by the power of something in act. Wherefore potentiality would be without purpose, were there no active power of an agent that could reduce it to act, and yet nothing in the things of nature is void of purpose. Thus we find that all things that are in the potentiality of matter in things subject to generation and corruption can be reduced to act by the active power which is in the heavenly body, which is the first active force in nature. Now just as the heavenly body is the first agent in regard to lower bodies, so God is the first agent in respect of all created being. Wherefore God can do by his active power all whatsoever is in the potentiality of created being, and all that is not incompatible with created being is in the potentiality of created being, just as whatever destroys not human nature is in the potentiality of human nature. Therefore God can do all things. Further, that some particular effect is not subject to the power of some particular agent may be due to three things. First, because it has no affinity or likeness to the agent, for every agent produces its like in some way. Hence the power in human seed cannot produce a brute animal or a plant, and yet it can produce a man who surpasses the things mentioned. Secondly, on account of the excellence of the effect, which surpasses the capacity of the active power. Thus the active power of a body cannot produce a separate substance. Thirdly, because the effect requires a particular matter on which the agent cannot act. Thus a carpenter cannot make a saw, because his art does not enable him to act on iron out of which a saw is made. Now, in none of these ways can any effect be withheld from the divine power. For neither on account of unlikeness in the effect can anything be impossible to him, since everything, in so far as it has being, is like him, as we have proved above. Nor again on account of the excellence of the effect, since it has been proved that God is above all beings in goodness and perfection. nor again on account of a defect in matter, since he is the cause of matter, which cannot be caused except by creation. Moreover, in acting he needs no matter, since he brings a thing into being without anything pre-existent. Wherefore, lack of matter cannot hinder his action from producing its effect. It remains, therefore, that God's power is not confined to any particular effect, but is able to do simply all things, and this means that he is almighty. Hence also divine Scripture teaches this as a matter of faith, for it is said in Genesis chapter 17 verse 1 in the person of God, "I am the Almighty God, walk before me and be perfect," and in Job chapter 42 verse 2, "I know that thou canst do all things," and in Luke chapter 1 verse 37 in the person of the angel, "No word shall be impossible with God." Hereby is refuted the error of certain philosophers who asserted that only one effect was immediately produced by God, as though his power were confined to the production thereof, and that God cannot do otherwise than act according to the course of natural things, of which it is said in Job chapter 22 verse 17, "Who looked upon the Almighty as if he could do nothing." End of chapter 22. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, L.C. Chapter 23 of Summa Contra Gentiles, second book on creation, by St. Thomas Aquinas, translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 23. That God does not act of natural necessity. From this it may be proved that God acts among creatures not by necessity of his nature, but by the judgment of his will. For the power of every agent that acts of natural necessity is confined to one effect. The consequence is that all natural things always happen in the same way, unless there be an obstacle, whereas voluntary things do not. Now, the divine power is not directed to only one effect, as we have proved above. Therefore God acts, not of natural necessity, but by his will. Again, whatever implies no contradiction is subject to the divine power, as we have proved. Now many things are not among those created, which, nevertheless, if they were, would not imply a contradiction, as is evident chiefly with regard to number, the quantities and distances of the stars and other bodies, wherein, if the order of things were different, no contradiction would be implied. Wherefore, many things are subject to the divine power that are not found to exist actually. Now, whoever does some of the things that he can do, and does not others, acts by choice of his will, and not by necessity of his nature. Therefore God acts not of natural necessity, but by his will. Again, every agent acts according as the likeness of its effect is in it, for every agent produces its like. Now whatever is in something else is in it according to the mode of the thing in which it is. Since then God is intelligent by his essence, as we have proved, it follows that the likeness of his effect is in him in an intelligible way. Therefore he acts by his intellect. Now the intellect does not produce an effect except by means of the will, the object whereof is a good understood, which moves the agent as his end. Therefore God works by his will, and not by a necessity of his nature. Moreover, according to the philosopher in the 9th book of Metaphysics, action is twofold: one which remains in the agent and is its perfection, for instance, to see; the other which passes into outward things and is a perfection of the thing done, as to burn in the case of fire. Now God's action cannot belong to the kind of actions which are not in the agent, since his action is his substance, as already proved. Therefore it must be of that kind of actions which are in the agent, and are as a perfection thereof. But the like are only the actions of one who has knowledge and appetite. Therefore God works by knowing and willing, and consequently not by a necessity of his nature, but by the judgment of his will. Further, that God works for an end can be evident from the fact that the universe is not the result of chance, but is directed to a good, as stated by the Philosopher in the second book of Metaphysics. Now the first agent for an end must be an agent by intellect and will, because things devoid of intellect work for an end as directed to the end by another. This is evident in things done by art. For the flight of the arrow is directed towards a definite mark by the aim of the archer, and so likewise must it be in the works of nature. For in order that a thing be rightly directed to a due end, it is necessary that one know the end itself, and the means to that end, as also the due proportion between both, and this belongs only to an intelligent being. Since, therefore, God is the first agent, he works not by a necessity of his nature, but by his intellect and will. Moreover, that which acts by itself precedes that which acts by another, because whatever is by another must be reduced to that which is by itself, lest we proceed to infinity. Now that which is not master of its own action does not act by itself, since it acts as directed by another and not as directing itself. Therefore the first agent must act in such a way that it is master of its own action. But one is not master of one's own action except by the will. Therefore it follows that God, who is the first agent, acts by his will and not by a necessity of his nature. Again, the first action belongs to the first agent, as the first movement to the first movable. Now the action of the will naturally precedes the action of nature, because the more perfect is naturally first, although in some particular thing it may be last in time. Now the action of a voluntary agent is more perfect, a proof of which is that among us, agents which act by will are more perfect than those which act by natural necessity. Therefore to God, who is the first agent, that action is due which is by the will. Further, the same is evident from the fact that where both actions are united, the power which acts by will is above that which acts by nature, and uses the latter as an instrument. For in man, the intellect which acts by the will is higher than the vegetative soul which acts by a necessity of its nature. Now the divine power is above all beings. Therefore it acts on all things by will, not by natural necessity. Again, the will has for its object a good considered as a good, whereas nature does not compass the idea of good in general, but the particular good which is its perfection. Since, then, every agent acts for as much as it intends a good, because the end moves the agent, it follows that the agent by will is compared to the agent by natural necessity as universal to a particular agent. Now the particular agent is compared to the universal agent as posterior thereto, and as its instrument. Therefore the first agent must be voluntary, and not an agent by natural necessity. Divine Scripture teaches us this truth, for it is said in the Psalm 134, verse 6, "Whatsoever the Lord pleased, he hath done," and in Ephesians chapter 1, verse 11, "Who worketh all things according to the counsel of his will." Hilary also, in his book De Synodis, says, "God's will gave substance to all creatures," and further on, "All things were created such as God willed them to be." Hereby also is refuted the error of certain philosophers who asserted that God works by natural necessity. End of chapter 23. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, L.C. Chapter 24 of Summa Contra Gentiles, second book, on creation, by St. Thomas Aquinas, translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 24. That God works according to his wisdom. From the foregoing it is clear that God produces his effects according to his wisdom. For the will is moved to act by some kind of apprehension, since the apprehended good is the object of the will. Now God is a voluntary agent, as we have proved. Since then in God there is none but intellectual apprehension, and since he understands nothing except by understanding himself, to understand whom is to be wise, it follows that God works according to his wisdom. Again, every agent produces its like. Hence it follows that every agent works by that according to which it bears a likeness to its effect. Thus fire heats according to the mode of its heat. Now in every voluntary agent, as such, the likeness to his effect is in respect of the apprehension of his intellect. For if the likeness to his effect were in a voluntary agent according only to the disposition of his nature, he would only produce one effect, since the natural reason of one is only one. Therefore every voluntary agent produces an effect according to the reason of his intellect. Now God works by his will, as already proved. Therefore he brings things into being by the wisdom of his intellect. Moreover, according to the philosopher in the first book of Metaphysics, it belongs to a wise man to set things in order, because the ordering of things cannot be done except by the knowledge of the things ordered as to their relation and proportion, both to one another and to something higher which is their end. Since the mutual order of certain things is on account of their order to the end. Now knowledge of the mutual relations and proportions of certain things belongs only to one who has an intellect, while it belongs to wisdom to judge of certain things by the highest cause. Wherefore it follows that all ordering is done by the wisdom of an intelligent being. Thus in mechanics, those who direct the order of buildings are called the wise men of the building craft. Now the things produced by God have a mutual order which is not casual, as it is the same always or for the most part. Hence it is evident that God brought things into being by ordering them. Therefore God brought things into being by his wisdom. Further, things that proceed from the will are either things that may be done, such as acts of virtue, which are the perfections of the doer, or they pass into outward matter and are things that can be made. Wherefore it is clear that created things proceed from God as made. Now, the reason about things to be made is art, as the philosopher says, in the 6th book of Ethics, chapter 4. Therefore all created things are compared to God as products of art to the craftsman. But the craftsman brings his handiwork into being by the ordering of his wisdom and intellect. Therefore God also made all creatures by the ordering of his intellect. This is confirmed by divine authority, for it is said in the Psalm 103 verse 24, "Thou hast made all things in wisdom," and in Proverbs chapter 3 verse 19, "The Lord by wisdom hath founded the earth." Hereby is set aside the error of some who said that all things depend on God's simple will without any reason. End of chapter 24. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, L.C. Chapter 25 of Summa Contra Gentiles, second book, on creation, by St. Thomas Aquinas, translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 25. How the Almighty is said to be unable to do certain things. From the foregoing we may gather that though God is almighty, he is nevertheless said to be unable to do certain things. For it was shown above that in God there is active potentiality, while it had already been proved in the first book that there is no passive potentiality in him, whereas we are said to be able in respect of either potentiality. Wherefore God is unable to do those things the possibility of which belongs to passive potentiality. What such like things are must be the subject of our inquiry. In the first place, then, active potentiality is directed to action, while passive potentiality is directed to being. Consequently, potentiality to being is in those things only which have matter subject to contrariety. Since therefore passive potentiality is not in God, he is unable as regards anything that appertains to his being. Therefore God cannot be a body, and so forth. Again, the act of this passive potentiality is movement, wherefore God, to whom passive potentiality is unbecoming, cannot be changed. It may be further concluded that he cannot be changed in respect of each kind of movement. For instance, that he cannot be increased, nor diminished, nor altered, nor generated, nor corrupted. Moreover, since to fail is a kind of corruption, it follows that he is unable to fail in anything. Further, every failing is in respect of some privation. But the subject of privation is the potentiality of matter. Therefore, he can nowise fail. Again, since weariness results from defect of power, and forgetfulness from defect of knowledge, it is clear that he can neither be weary nor forget. Moreover, nor can he be overcome or suffer violence, for these things happen only to those things that are of a movable nature. Likewise, neither can he repent, nor be angry or sorrowful, since all these denote passion and defect. Again, since the object and effect of an active potentiality is something made, and since no potentiality is operative, if the ratio of object be lacking, thus the sight sees not if the actually visible be lacking, it follows that God is unable to do whatever is contrary to the ratio of being as being, or of being made as made. What these things are, we must inquire. In the first place, that which destroys the ratio of being is contrary to the ratio of being. Now the ratio of being is destroyed by the opposite of being, as the ratio of man is destroyed by the opposite of man or of his parts. Now the opposite of being is not being. Consequently, God is unable to do this, so as to make the one and same thing to be and not to be at the same time, which is for contradictories to be simultaneous. Again, contradiction is included in contraries and privative opposites. For to be white and black is to be white and not white, and to be seeing and blind is to be seeing and not seeing. Hence it amounts to the same that God is unable to make opposites to be simultaneously in the same subject and in the same respect. Moreover, the removal of an essential principle of a thing implies the removal of the thing itself. If, then, God cannot make a thing at the same time to be and not to be, neither can he make a thing to lack any of its essential principles, while the thing itself remains. For instance, that a man have no soul. Further, since the principles of certain sciences, for instance of logic, geometry, and arithmetic, are taken only from the formal principles of things, on which the essence of those things depends, it follows that God cannot make the contraries of these principles. For instance, that genus be not predicable of species, or that lines drawn from center to circumference be not equal, or that the three angles of a rectilinear triangle be not equal to two right angles. Hence it is also evident that God cannot make the past not to have been, because this also includes a contradiction, since it is equally necessary for a thing to be while it is, and to have been while it was. There are also some things which are incompatible with the ratio of a thing made as made. These also God cannot do, since whatever God makes must be something made. Hence it is evident that God cannot make God, for it belongs to the ratio of thing made that its being depends on another cause. And this is contrary to the ratio of that which we call God, as is evident from the foregoing. For the same reason, God cannot make a thing equal to himself, because a thing whose being depends not on another is greater in being and other excellencies than that which depends on another, which belongs to the ratio of a thing made. Likewise, God cannot make a thing to be preserved in being without himself, for the preservation of a thing in being depends on its cause. Wherefore, if the cause be removed, the effect must needs be removed. Consequently, if there could be a thing that is not preserved in being by God, it would not be his effect. Again, since he is an agent by will, he cannot do those things which he cannot will. Now we may realize what he cannot will if we consider how it is possible for necessity to be in the divine will. Since what is of necessity is impossible not to be, and what is impossible to be necessarily is not. It is therefore evident that God cannot make himself not to be, or not to be good or happy, because he necessarily wills himself to be, and to be good and happy, as we proved in the first book. Again, it was shown above that God cannot will anything evil. Therefore it is evident that God cannot sin. Likewise, it was proved above that God's will cannot be changeable, and consequently it cannot make that which is willed by him not to be fulfilled. It must, however, be observed that he is said to be unable to do this in a different sense from that in which he is said to be unable to do the things mentioned before. Because God is simply unable either to will or to make the foregoing, whereas God can do or will these if we consider his power or will absolutely, but not if we presuppose him to will the opposite, for the divine will, in respect of creatures, has no necessity, except on a supposition, as we proved in the first book. Hence all these statements, God cannot do the contrary of what he has decreed to do, and any like sayings are to be understood in the composite sense, for thus they imply a supposition of the divine will with regard to the opposite. But if they be understood in the divided sense, they are false, because they refer to God's power and will absolutely. And as God acts by will, so also does he act by intellect and knowledge, as we have proved. Hence he cannot do what he has foreseen that he will not do, or omit to do what he has foreseen that he will do, for the same reason that he cannot do what he wills not to do, or omit to do what he wills. Also, each assertion is conceded and denied in the same sense, namely, that he be said to be unable to do these things, not indeed absolutely, but on a certain condition or supposition. End of chapter 25. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, LC. Chapter 26 of Summa Contra Gentiles, second book, on creation. by St. Thomas Aquinas, translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 26. That the divine intellect is not confined to certain determined effects. Forasmuch as it has been proved that the divine power is not limited to certain determined effects, and this because he acts not by a necessity of his nature, but by his intellect and will, lest someone perhaps should think that his intellect or knowledge can only reach to certain effects, and that consequently he acts by a necessity of his knowledge, although not by a necessity of his nature, it remains to be shown that his knowledge or intellect is not confined to any limits in its effects. For it was proved above that God comprehends all other things that can proceed from him by understanding his essence, in which all such things must necessarily exist by a kind of likeness, even as effects are virtually in their causes. If, then, the divine power is not confined to certain definite effects, as we have shown above, it is necessary to pronounce a like opinion on his intellect. Further, we have already proved the infinity of the divine intellect. Now, no matter how many finite things we add together, even though there were an infinite number of finite things, we cannot equal the infinite, for it infinitely exceeds the finite, however great. Now it is clear that nothing outside God is infinite in its essence, since all else are by the very nature of their essence included under certain definite genera and species. Consequently, however many and however great divine effects be taken, it is always in the divine essence to exceed them, and so it can be the ratio of none. Wherefore, the divine intellect, which knows the divine essence perfectly, as we have shown above, surpasses all finitude of effects. Therefore, it is not necessarily confined to these or those effects. Again, it was shown above that the divine intellect knows an infinite number of things. Now God brings things into being by the knowledge of his intellect. Therefore the causality of the divine intellect is not confined to a finite number of effects. Moreover, if the causality of the divine intellect were confined to certain effects, as though it produced them of necessity, this would be in reference to the things which it brings into being. But this is impossible, for it was shown above that God understands even those things that never are, nor shall be, nor have been. Therefore God does not work by necessity of his intellect or knowledge. Further, God's knowledge is compared to things produced by him, as the knowledge of the craftsman to his handiwork. Now every art extends to all the things that can be comprised under the genus subject to that art. Thus the art of building extends to all houses. Now the genus subject to the divine art is being, since God by his intellect is the universal principle of being, as we have proved. Therefore, the divine intellect extends its causality to whatever is not incompatible with the notion of being, for all such things, considered in themselves, are of a nature to be contained under being. Therefore, the divine intellect is not confined to certain determined effects. Hence it is said in the Psalm 146 verse 5, "Great is the Lord, and great is his power, and of his wisdom there is no number." Hereby we set aside the opinion of certain philosophers who say that from the very fact that God understands himself, this particular disposition of things flows from him necessarily, as though he did not give each thing its limits, and all things their disposition by his own counsel, as the Catholic faith declares. It is to be observed, however, that although God's intellect is not confined to certain effects, yet he decides on certain determinate effects with a view to producing them ordinately by his wisdom. Thus it is said in Wisdom chapter 11 verse 21, "Lord, thou hast ordered all things in number, weight, and measure." End of chapter 26. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, LC. Chapter 27 of Summa Contra Gentiles, second book on creation, by St. Thomas Aquinas, translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 27. That the divine will is not confined to certain effects. It may also be proved from the foregoing that neither is his will, by which he works, necessitated to produce certain determinate effects. For it behooves the will to be proportionate to its object. Now the object of the intellect is a good understood, as stated above. Hence the will has a natural aptitude to extend to whatever the intellect can propose to it under the aspect of good. If, then, the divine intellect is not confined to certain effects, as we have shown, it follows that neither does the divine will produce certain determinate effects of necessity. Further, nothing acting by will produces a thing without willing. Now it was proved above that God wills nothing other than himself of absolute necessity. Therefore effects proceed from the divine will not of necessity, but by its free ordinance. End of chapter 27. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, LC. Chapter 28 of Summa Contra Gentiles, second book on creation, by St. Thomas Aquinas, translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 28. How there is anything due in the production of things. Again, from what has been said, it may be shown that God in the creation of things did not work of necessity, as though he brought things into being as a debt of justice. For justice, according to the philosopher in the 5th book of Ethics, is towards another person to whom it renders his due. But nothing, to which anything may be due, is presupposed to the universal production of things. Therefore the universal production of things could not result from a debt of justice. Again, since the act of justice is to render to each one that which is his own, the act by which a thing becomes one's own precedes the act of justice, as appears in human affairs. For a man by working has a right to call his own that which, as an act of justice, is rendered to him by the person who pays him. Therefore the act whereby a person first acquires something of his own cannot be an act of justice. Now a created thing begins to have something of its own by creation. Therefore creation does not proceed from a debt of justice. Further, no one owes something to another, except from the fact that in some way he depends on him or receives something either from him or from a third, on whose account he owes something to the other. For thus a son is a debtor to his father because he receives being from him, a master to his servant because he receives from him the service he requires. And every man is a debtor to his neighbor for God's sake, from whom we have received all good things. But God is dependent on no one, nor needs he to receive anything from another, as is manifestly clear from what has been said. Therefore it was not on account of a debt of justice that God brought things into being. Moreover, in every genus, that which is on account of itself precedes that which is on account of another. Consequently, that which is simply first of all causes is a cause on its own account only, whereas that which acts by reason of a debt of justice does not act on its own account only, for it acts on account of the thing to which the debt is due. Therefore God, since he is the first cause and the first agent, did not bring things into being from a debt of justice. Hence it is said in Romans chapter 11 verses 35 and 36, "Who hath first given to him, and recompense shall be made him? For of him, and by him, and in him are all things. And in Job chapter 41, verse 2, Who hath given me, before that I should repay him? All things that are under heaven are mine. Hereby is refuted the error of some who strive to prove that God cannot do save what he does, because he cannot do except what he ought to do, for he does not produce things from a debt of justice, as we have proved. Nevertheless, although nothing to which anything can be due precedes the universal creation of things, something uncreated precedes it, and this is the principle of creation. This may be considered in two ways. For the divine goodness precedes as the end and first motive of creation, according to Augustine, who says, "Because God is good, we exist." Also his knowledge and will precede, as by them things are brought into being. Accordingly, if we consider the divine goodness absolutely, we find nothing due in the creation of things. For in one way, a thing is said to be due to someone on account of another person being referred to him, in that it is his duty to refer to himself that which he has received from that person. Thus it is due to a benefactor that he be thanked for his kindness, inasmuch as he who has received the kindness owes this to him. But this kind of due has no place in the creation of things, since there is nothing pre-existent to which it can be competent to owe anything to God, nor does any favor of his pre-exist. In another way, something is said to be due to a thing in itself, since that which is required for a thing's perfection is necessarily due to it. Thus it is due to a man to have hands or strength, since without these he cannot be perfect. Now God's goodness needs nothing outside him for its perfection. Therefore the production of creatures is not due to him by way of necessity. Again, God brings things into being by his will, as we have shown above. Now it is not necessary, if God wills his own goodness to be, that he should will other things than himself to be produced, because the antecedent of this conditional proposition is necessary, but not the consequent. For it was shown in the first book that God necessarily wills his own goodness to be, but does not necessarily will other things. Therefore the production of creatures is not necessarily due to the divine goodness. Moreover, it has been proved that God brings things into being neither by necessity of his nature, nor by necessity of his knowledge, nor by necessity of his will, nor by necessity of his justice. Therefore, by no manner of necessity is it due to the divine goodness that things be brought into being. It may be said, however, that it is due to him by way of a certain becomingness, but justice, properly speaking, requires a debt of necessity, since what is rendered to someone out of justice is due to him by a necessity of right. Accordingly, it cannot be said that the production of creatures arose either from a debt of justice whereby God is the creature's debtor, or from a debt of justice whereby he is a debtor to his goodness, if justice be taken in the proper sense. But if justice be taken in a broad sense, we may speak of justice in the creation of things, insofar as the creation is becoming to the divine goodness. If, however, we consider the divine ordinance, whereby God decided by his intellect and will to bring things into being, then the production of things proceeds from the necessity of the divine ordinance. For it is impossible that God should decide to do a certain thing which afterwards he did not. Otherwise his decision would be either changeable or weak. It is therefore necessarily due to his ordinance that it be fulfilled. And yet this due is not enough for the notion of justice properly so called in the creation of things, wherein we can consider nothing but the action of God in creating. And there is no justice properly speaking between one same person and himself, as the Philosopher says in the 5th book of Ethics. Therefore it cannot be said properly that God brought things into being from a debt of justice, for the reason that he ordained by his knowledge and will to produce them. End of chapter 28. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, L.C. Chapter 29 of Summa Contra Gentiles, second book on creation, by St. Thomas Aquinas, translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 29. How there is anything due in the production of things, continued. If, however, we consider the production of a particular creature, it will be possible to find therein a debt of justice by comparing a subsequent creature to a preceding one. And I say preceding, not only in time, but also in nature. Accordingly, in those divine effects which were to be produced first, we find no due. But in the subsequent production we find a due, yet in a different order. For if those things that are first naturally are also first in being, those which follow become due on account of those which precede. For given the causes, it is due that they should have actions whereby to produce their effects. On the other hand, if those which are first naturally are subsequent in being, then those which are first become due on account of those which come afterwards. Thus it is due that medicine precede in order that health may follow. And in either case there is this in common, that what is due or necessary is claimed by that which is naturally first from that which is naturally subsequent. Now the necessity that arises from that thing which is subsequent in being, and yet is first by nature, is not absolute but conditional necessity. Namely, if this must be done, then that must precede. Accordingly, with regard to this necessity, a due is found in the production of creatures in three ways. First, so that the conditional due is on the part of the whole universe of things in relation to each part thereof that is necessary for the perfection of the universe. For if God willed such a universe to be made, it was due that he should make the sun and moon and such like things, without which the universe cannot be. Secondly, so that the conditional due be in one creature in relation to another. For instance, if God willed the existence of plants and animals, it was due that he should make the heavenly bodies, whereby those things are preserved. And if he willed the existence of man, it behooved him to make plants and animals and the like, which man needs for perfect existence, although God made both these and other things of his mere will. Thirdly, so that the conditional due be in each creature in relation to its parts, properties, and accidents, on which the creature depends either for its being or for some one of its perfections. Thus, given that God willed to make man, it was due, on this supposition, that he should unite in him soul and body, and furnish him with senses and other like aids, both within and without. In all of which, if we consider the matter rightly, God is said to be a debtor not to the creature, but to the fulfillment of his purpose. There is also in the universe another kind of necessity whereby a thing is said to be necessary absolutely. This necessity depends on causes which precede in being, for instance, on essential principles, and on efficient or moving causes. But this kind of necessity cannot find place in the first creation of things, as regards efficient causes. For there God alone was the efficient cause, since to create belongs to him alone, as we have proved above. While in creating, he works not by a necessity of his nature, but by his will, as we have shown above. And those things which are done by the will cannot be necessitated, except only by the supposition of the end, on account of which supposition it is due to the end that those things should be whereby the end is obtained. On the other hand, with regard to formal and material causes, nothing hinders us from finding absolute necessity even in the first creation of things. For from the very fact that certain bodies were composed of the elements, it was necessary for them to be hot or cold, and from the very fact that a superficies was drawn in the shape of a triangle, it was necessary that it should have 3 angles equal to 2 right angles. Now this necessity results from the relation of an effect to its material or formal cause. Wherefore on this account God cannot be said to be a debtor, but rather does the debt of necessity affect the creature. But in the propagation of things, where the creature is already an efficient cause, an absolute necessity can arise from the created efficient cause. Thus the lower bodies are necessarily influenced by the movement of the sun. Accordingly, from the aforesaid kinds of due, natural justice is found in things both as regards the creation of things and as regards their propagation. Wherefore God is said to have produced and to govern all things justly and reasonably. Wherefore, by what we have said, we remove a twofold error, of those, namely, who, setting limits to the divine power, said that God cannot make except what he makes, because he is bound so to make, and of those who assert that all things result from his simple will, without any other reason, either to be sought in things or to be assigned. End of chapter 29. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, L.C. Chapter 30 of Summa Contra Gentiles, second book, on creation, by St. Thomas Aquinas, translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 30. How there can be absolute necessity in created things. Now, though all things depend on God's will as their first cause, which is not necessitated in operating except by the supposition of his purpose, nevertheless, absolute necessity is not therefore excluded from things, so that we be obliged to assert that all things are contingent, which someone might think to be the case, for the reason that they have arisen from their cause not of absolute necessity, since in things a contingent effect is wont to be one that does not necessarily result from a cause. Because there are some created things which it is simply and absolutely necessary must be. For it is simply and absolutely necessary that those things be in which there is no possibility of not being. Now some things are so brought by God into being that there is in their nature a potentiality to non-being. This happens through their matter being in potentiality to another form. Wherefore those things wherein either there is no matter, or if there is, it has not the possibility of receiving another form, have not a potentiality to non-being. Hence it is simply and absolutely necessary for them to be. If, however, it be said that things which are from nothing, so far as they are concerned, tend to nothing, and that in consequence there is in all creatures a potentiality to non-being, it is clear that this does not follow. For created things are said to tend to nothing in the sense as they are from nothing, and this is not otherwise than according to the power of the agent. Wherefore in created things there is not a potentiality to non-being, but there is in the Creator the power to give them being or to cease pouring forth being into them, since he works in producing things, not by a necessity of his nature, but by his will, as we have proved. Again, since created things come into being through the divine will, it follows that they are such as God willed them to be. Now the fact that God is said to have brought things into being by his will, and not of necessity, does not exclude his having willed certain things to be which are of necessity, and others which are contingently, so that there may be an ordinate diversity in things. Nothing, therefore, prevents certain things produced by the divine will being necessary. Further, it belongs to God's perfection that he bestowed his likeness on created things, except as regards those things with which created being is incompatible. since it belongs to a perfect agent to produce its like as far as possible. Now, to be simply necessary is not incompatible with the notion of created being. For nothing prevents a thing being necessary which nevertheless has a cause of its necessity. For instance, the conclusions of demonstrations. Therefore nothing prevents a certain thing being so produced by God that nevertheless it is simply necessary for it to be. In fact, this is a proof of the divine perfection. Moreover, the further distant a thing is from that which is being of itself, namely God, the nearer is it to non-being. Wherefore, the nearer a thing is to God, the further is it removed from non-being. Now things that already are near to non-being through having a potentiality to non-being. Consequently, those things which are nearest to God, and for that reason most remote from non-being, must be such that there is no potentiality to non-being in them, so that the order in things be complete, and the like are necessary absolutely. Therefore, some created things have being necessarily. Accordingly, it must be observed that if the universe of created beings be considered as coming from their first principle, we find that they depend on the will, not on a necessity of their principle, except on a necessity of supposition, as already stated. If, however, they be considered in relation to their proximate principles, they are found to have absolute necessity. For nothing prevents certain principles being produced, not of necessity, and yet, these being supposed, such and such an effect follows of necessity. Thus the death of this animal has absolute necessity from the very fact that it is composed of contraries, although it was not absolutely necessary for it to be composed of contraries. In like manner, that such and such natures were produced by God was voluntary, and yet, once they are so constituted, something results or happens that has absolute necessity. In created things, however, necessity is to be taken in various ways in relation to various causes. For since a thing cannot be without its essential principles, which are matter and form, that which belongs to a thing by reason of its essential principles must needs have absolute necessity in all things. Now from these principles, in so far as they are principles of being, a threefold absolute necessity is found in things. First, in relation to the being of the thing of which they are the principles, and since matter, as regards what it is being in potentiality, and since what can be can also not be, in relation to their matter, certain things are necessarily corruptible. For instance, an animal, through being composed of contraries, and fire, through its matter being susceptive of contraries. But form, as regards what it is act, and by it things exist actually. Wherefore, from it there results necessity in some things. This happens either because those things are forms without matter, and thus there is no potentiality to non-being in them, but by their forms they are always in the act of being, as in the case of separate substances. Or because their forms are so perfect as to equal the whole potentiality of their matter, wherefore there remains no potentiality to another form, nor in consequence to non-being, as in the case of heavenly bodies. But in those things wherein the form does not fulfill the whole potentiality of matter, there still remains a potentiality to another form. Wherefore, in them there is not necessity of being, but the act of being is, in them, the result of form overcoming matter, as in the case of the elements and things composed of them. Because the form of an element does not reach matter in its whole potentiality, for matter does not receive the form of one element, except by being subjected to the one of two contraries, while the form of a mixed body reaches matter as disposed by a determinate mode of mixture. Now there must be one same subject of contraries, and of all intermediaries resulting from the mixture of the extremes. Wherefore it is evident that all things which either have contraries, or are composed of contraries, are corruptible, and things which are not so are everlasting, unless they be corrupted accidentally, as forms which are not subsistent, and have being through being in matter. In another way, there is absolute necessity in things from their essential principles, by relation to the parts of their matter or form, if it happens that in certain things these principles are not simple. For since the proper matter of man is a mixed body, with a certain temperament and endowed with organs, it is absolutely necessary that a man should have in himself each of the elements, humors, and principal organs. Likewise, if man is a rational mortal animal, and this is the nature or form of a man, it is necessary for him to be both animal and rational. Thirdly, there is absolute necessity in things through the relations of their essential principles to the properties consequent upon their matter or form. Thus it is necessary that a saw be hard, since it is of iron, and that a man be capable of learning. But necessity of the agent may regard either the action itself or the consequent effect. The former kind of necessity is like the necessity of an accident which it owes to the essential principles. For just as other accidents result from the necessity of essential principles, so does action from the necessity of the form whereby the agent actually is, since it acts so far as it is actual. Yet this happens differently in the action which remains in the agent, such as to understand and to will, and in the action which passes into something else, such as to heat. For in the former kind of action, the form by which the agent becomes actual causes necessity in the action itself, since for its being nothing extrinsic is required as term of the action. Because when the sense is made actual by the sensible species, it is necessary for it to perceive, and in like manner, when the intellect is made actual by the intelligible species. But in the second kind of action, necessity of action results from the form, as regards the power to act. For if fire is hot, it is necessary that it have the power to heat, although it is not necessary that it heat, since it may be hindered by something extrinsic. Nor does it affect the point at issue, whether by its form one agent be sufficient alone for the action, or whether it be necessary to have an assemblage of many agents in order to do the one action. For instance, many men to row a boat, since all are as one agent, who is made actual by their being united together in one action. The necessity which results from an efficient or moving cause in the effect or thing moved depends not only on the agent, but also on a condition of the thing moved and of the recipient of the agent's action, which recipient either is nowise in potentiality to receive the effect of such an action, as wool to be made into a saw, or else its potentiality is hindered by contrary agents, or by contrary dispositions inherent to the movable, or by contrary forms, offering an obstacle that is stronger than the power of the agent in acting. Thus iron is not melted by a feeble heat. Hence, in order that the effect follow, it is necessary that there be in the patient potentiality to receive, and in the agent conquest of the patient, so that it be able to transform it to a contrary disposition. And if the effect resulting in the patient through its conquest by the agent be contrary to the natural disposition of the patient, there will be necessity of violence, as when a stone is thrown upwards. But if it be not contrary to the natural disposition of the subject, there will be necessity not of violence, but of the natural order, as in the movement of the heavens, which results from an extrinsic active principle, and nevertheless is not contrary to the natural disposition of the movable subject, wherefore it is not a violent but a natural movement. It is the same in the alteration of lower bodies by the heavenly bodies. For there is a natural inclination in the lower bodies to receive the influence of the higher bodies. It is also thus in the generation of the elements, since the form to be introduced by generation is not contrary to primary matter, which is the subject of generation, although it is contrary to the form to be cast aside, because matter under a contrary form is not the subject of generation. Accordingly, it is clear from what we have said that the necessity resulting from an efficient cause depends, in some things, on the disposition of the agent alone, but in others, on the disposition of both agent and patient. If then this disposition, by reason of which the effect follows of necessity, be absolutely necessary in both agent and patient, there will be absolute necessity in the efficient cause, as in those things which act necessarily and always. On the other hand, if it be not absolutely necessary, but may be removed, no necessity will result from the efficient cause except on the supposition that both have the disposition required for action, as, for instance, in those things which are sometimes hindered in their operation either through defective power or through the violence of a contrary. Wherefore they do not act always and necessarily, but in the majority of cases. From a final cause, there results necessity in things in two ways. In one way, forasmuch as it is first in the intention of the agent. In this respect, necessity results from the end in the same way as from the agent, since the agent acts in so far as it intends the end, both in natural and in voluntary actions. For in natural things, the intention of the end belongs to the agent according to the latter's form, whereby the end is becoming to it. Wherefore the natural thing must needs tend to the end according to the virtue of its form. Thus a heavy body tends towards the center according to the measure of its gravity. And in voluntary matters, the will inclines to act for the sake of an end, forasmuch as it intends that end, although it is not always inclined to do this or that, which are on account of the end, as much as it desires the end, when the end can be obtained not by this or that alone, but in several ways. In another way, necessity results from the end according as this is posterior in being. This is not absolute, but conditional necessity. Thus we say that it will be necessary for a saw to be made of iron, if it is to do the work of a saw. End of chapter 30. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, LC. Chapter 31 of Summa Contra Gentiles, second book, on creation, by St. Thomas Aquinas, translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 31. That it is not necessary for creatures to have been always. It remains for us to prove from the foregoing that it is not necessary for created things to have been from eternity. Because if it be necessary for the universe of creatures, or any particular creature whatsoever, to be, it must have this necessity either of itself or from another. But it cannot have it of itself, for it was proved above that every being must be from the first being. Now that which has being, not from itself, cannot possibly have necessity of being from itself, since what must necessarily be cannot possibly not be, and consequently that which of itself has necessary being has of itself the impossibility of not being. and therefore it follows that it is not a non-being, wherefore it is a being. If, however, this necessity of a creature is from something else, it must be from a cause that is extrinsic, because whatever we may take that is within the creature has being from another. Now, an extrinsic cause is either efficient or final. From the efficient cause, however, it follows that the effect is necessarily when it is necessary for the agent to act. For it is through the agent's action that the effect depends on the efficient cause. Accordingly, if it is not necessary for the agent to act in order that the effect be produced, neither is it absolutely necessary for the effect to be. Now, God does not act of necessity in producing creatures, as we have proved above. Wherefore it is not absolutely necessary for the creature to be, as regards necessity, dependent on the efficient cause. Likewise, neither is it necessary as regards the necessity that depends on the final cause. For things directed to an end do not derive necessity from the end, except in so far as without them the end either cannot be, as preservation of life without food, or cannot be so well, as a journey without a horse. Now the end of God's will, from which things came into being, can be nothing else but His goodness, as we proved in the first book. And this does not depend on creatures, neither as to its being, since it is per se necessary being, nor as to well-being, since it is by itself good simply, all of which were proved above. Therefore it is not absolutely necessary for the creature to be, and consequently neither is it necessary to suppose that the creature has been always. Again, that which proceeds from a will is not absolutely necessary, except perhaps when it is necessary for the will to will it. Now God, as proved above, brought things into being not by a necessity of His nature, but by His will. Nor does He necessarily will creatures to be, as we proved in the first book. Therefore it is not absolutely necessary for the creature to be, and therefore neither is it necessary that it should have been always. Moreover, it has been proved above that God does not act by an action that is outside Himself, as though it went out from Him and terminated in a creature, like heating which goes out from fire and terminates in wood. But His will is His action, and things are in the way in which God wills them to be. Now it is not necessary that God will the creature always to have been, since neither is it necessary that God will a thing to be at all, as we proved in the first book. Therefore it is not necessary that creatures should have been always. Again, a thing does not proceed necessarily from a voluntary agent, except by reason of something due. But God does not produce the creature by reason of any debt, if we consider the production of all creatures absolutely, as we have shown above. Therefore God does not necessarily produce the creature. Neither therefore is it necessary, because God is eternal, that He should have produced the creature from eternity. Further, it has been proved that absolute necessity in created things results not from a relation to a principle that is of itself necessary to be, namely God, but from a relation to other causes which are not of themselves necessary to be. Now the necessity resulting from a relation which is not of itself necessary to be does not necessitate that something should have been always. For if something runs, it follows that it is in motion, but it is not necessary for it to have always been in motion, because the running itself is not necessary. Therefore, nothing necessitates that creatures should always have been. End of chapter 31. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, LC. Chapter 32 of Summa Contra Gentiles, second book on creation, by St. Thomas Aquinas, translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 32. Arguments of those who wish to prove the eternity of the world from God's side of the question. Since, however, many have held that the world has been always and of necessity, and have endeavored to prove this, it remains for us to give their arguments so as to show that they do not necessarily prove the eternity of the world. In the first place, we shall set forth the arguments that are taken from God's side. Secondly, those which are taken from the side of creatures. Thirdly, those which are taken from the manner of their making, on account of which they are said to begin to be anew. On the part of God, the following arguments are produced in order to prove the eternity of the world. Every agent that acts not always is moved either per se or accidentally. Per se, as fire which was not always burning begins to burn, either because it is newly lit or because it is newly transferred so as to be near the fuel. Accidentally, as the mover of an animal begins anew to move the animal with some movement made in its regard, either from within, as an animal begins to be moved when it awakes after its digestion is complete, or from without, as when there newly arise actions that lead to the beginning of a new action. Now God is not moved neither per se nor accidentally, as we proved in the first book. Therefore, God always acts in the same way. But created things are established in being by his action. Therefore, creatures always have been. Again, the effect proceeds from the active cause by the latter's action. But God's action is eternal, else he would become an actual agent from being an agent in potentiality. And it would be necessary for him to be reduced to actuality by some previous agent, which is impossible. Therefore, the things created by God have been from eternity. Moreover, given a sufficient cause, its effect must necessarily be granted. For if, given the cause, it were still unnecessary to grant its effect, it would be therefore possible that, given the cause, the effect would be or not be. Therefore the sequence of the effect to its cause would only be possible, and what is possible requires something to reduce it to actuality. Hence it will be necessary to suppose some cause whereby it comes about that the effect is made actual, and thus the first cause was not sufficient. But God is the sufficient cause of creatures being produced, else he would not be a cause, rather would he be in potentiality to a cause, since he would become a cause by the addition of something, which is impossible. Therefore it would seem necessary, since God is from eternity, that the creature was also from eternity. Again, a voluntary agent does not delay to carry out his purpose of making a thing, except on account of something expected and not yet present. And this latter is either sometimes in the agent himself, as where one awaits perfect capability to do something, or the removal of an obstacle to one's capability. And sometimes it is outside the agent, as when one awaits the presence of a person in whose presence the action is to be done, or at least when one awaits the presence of a suitable time which is not yet arrived. For if the will be complete, the power follows suit at once, unless there be a fault therein. Thus at the command of the will, the movement of a limb follows at once, unless there be a fault in the motive power which carries out the movement. Hence it is clear that when one wills to do a thing, and it is not done at once, it must be either that this is owing to a fault in the power, of which fault one awaits the removal, or else the will to do it is not complete. And by the will being complete, I mean that it wills to do this thing absolutely, and from every point of view, whereas the will is incomplete when one does not will absolutely to do this thing, but on a certain condition that does not yet obtain, or when one does not will it except a present obstacle be removed. Now it is evident that whatever God now wills to be, he has willed from eternity to be, for a new movement of the will cannot accrue to him. Neither could any fault or obstacle affect his power, nor could anything else be awaited for the universal production of creatures, since nothing besides him is uncreated, as we have proved above. Therefore it is seemingly evident that he produced the creature from eternity. Further, an intellectual agent does not choose one thing rather than another, except on account of the one preponderating over the other. But where there is no difference, there can be no preponderance. Hence, where there is no difference, there is no choice of the one rather than of the other. And for this reason, there will be no action of an agent equally indifferent to both of the two alternatives, as neither is there of matter. For such a potentiality is like the potentiality of matter. Now there can be no difference between non-being and non-being. Therefore, one non-being is not more eligible than another non-being. But besides the whole universe of creatures, there is nothing but the eternity of God, and in nothingness it is impossible to assign any difference of moments, so that it be more fitting to make a certain thing in one moment than in another. Nor, again, in eternity, the whole of which is uniform and simple, as we proved in the first book. It follows, therefore, that God's will is indifferent to produce creatures through the whole of eternity. Consequently, his will is either that the creature should never be produced in his eternity, or that it should always have been produced. But it is clear that his will is not that the creature should never be made in his eternity, since it is evident that creatures were formed by his will. Therefore it remains that, necessarily, as it seems, the creature has been always. Again, things directed to an end take their necessity from the end, especially in those that are done voluntarily. Hence it follows that as long as there is no change in the end, things directed to the end suffer no change or are produced invariably, unless there arise some new relation between them and the end. Now the end of creatures that proceed from the divine will is the divine goodness, which alone can be the end of the divine will. Wherefore, since the divine goodness is unchangeable both in itself and in relation to the divine will throughout all eternity, it would seem that creatures are brought into being by the divine will in the same way through the whole of eternity. For it cannot be said that any new relation to the end accrued to them, if it be supposed that they were utterly non-existent before a particular time, from which they are supposed to have begun their existence. Further, since the divine goodness is most perfect, when we say that all things came from God on account of his goodness, the sense is not that anything accrued to him from creatures, but that it belongs to goodness to communicate itself to others as far as possible, and it is by doing so that goodness makes itself known. Now, since all things partake of God's goodness in so far as they have being, the more lasting they are, the more they participate the goodness of God. Wherefore the everlasting being of a species is called a divine being, according to the second book of De Anima, chapter 4, paragraph 2. But the divine goodness is infinite. Consequently, it belongs thereto to communicate itself in an infinite manner, and not only at a particular time. Therefore it would seem to belong to the divine goodness that some creatures should have existed from eternity. Accordingly, these are the arguments taken from God's side, which would seem to show that creatures have been always. End of chapter 32. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, L.C. Chapter 33 of Summa Contra Gentiles, Second Book on Creation by St. Thomas Aquinas, translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 33. Arguments of those who would prove the eternity of the world from the point of view of creatures. There are also other arguments taken from the point of view of creatures that would seem to prove the same conclusion. For things which have no potentiality to non-being cannot possibly not be. Now there are some creatures in which there is no potentiality to non-being. For there cannot be potentiality to non-being except in those things which have matter subject to contrariety. Since potentiality to being and to non-being is a potentiality to privation and form, of which matter is the subject. And privation is always connected with the opposite form, since it is impossible for matter to be without any form at all. But there are certain creatures in which the matter is not subject to contrariety, either because they are entirely devoid of matter, for instance, intellectual substances, as we shall show further on, or because they have no contrary, as heavenly bodies, and this is proved by their movement, which has no contrary. Therefore it is impossible for certain creatures not to exist, and consequently it is necessary that they exist always. Again, a thing's endurance in being is in proportion to its power of being, except accidentally, as in those which are corrupted by violence. But there are certain creatures in which there is a power of being not for any definite time, but forever. For instance, the heavenly bodies and intellectual substances, because they are incorruptible through having no contrary. It follows, then, that it is competent to them to be always. But that which begins to exist is not always. Therefore it is not becoming to them that they begin to exist. Further, whenever a thing begins to be moved anew, the mover, or the moved, or both, must be conditioned otherwise now while the movement is, than before when there was no movement. For there is a certain habitude or relation in the mover to the thing moved, forasmuch as it moves actually. And the new relation does not begin without a change either in both, or at least in one or other of the extremes. Now that which is conditioned otherwise now and heretofore is moved. Therefore, before the movement that begins anew, there must be a previous movement either in the movable or in the mover. It follows, in consequence, that every movement is either eternal or has another movement preceding it. Therefore movement always has been, and consequently movable also. Therefore there have always been creatures, since God is utterly immovable, as we proved in the first book. Further, every agent that engenders its like intends to preserve perpetual being in the species, for it cannot be preserved perpetually in the individual. But it is impossible for the desire of nature to be frustrated. Therefore it follows that the species of generable things are everlasting. Again, if time is everlasting, movement must be everlasting, since it is the reckoning of movement, according to the fourth book of Physics, chapter 11. And consequently, movables must be everlasting, since movement is the act of a movable, according to the third book of Physics, chapter 2, paragraph 5. Now time must needs be perpetual, for time is inconceivable without a now, even as a line is inconceivable without a point. But now is always in the end of the past and the beginning of the future, for this is the definition of the now, according to the fourth book of Physics, chapter 13, paragraph 1. Wherefore, every given now has time preceding it and following it, and consequently no now can be either first or last. It follows, therefore, that movables which are created substances are from eternity. Again, one must either affirm or deny. If, therefore, by denying a thing we suppose its existence, that thing must needs be always. Now time is a thing of this kind. For if time was not always, we can conceive it as not being previously to being. And in like manner, if it will not be always, its non-being must follow its being. Now there can be no before and after in duration unless there be time, since the reckoning of before and after is time, according to the fourth book of Physics, chapter 11, paragraph 5. Consequently, time must have been before it began to be, and will be after it has ceased to be, and therefore time is eternal. But time is an accident, and an accident cannot be without a subject, and its subject is not God, who is above time, since he is utterly immovable, as we proved in the first book. Therefore it follows that some created substance is eternal. Moreover, many propositions are such that to deny them is to affirm them. For instance, whoso denies that truth exists supposes the existence of truth, for he supposes that the denial which he utters is true. It is the same with the one who denies this principle, that contradictories are not simultaneous, since by denying this he asserts that the negative which he utters is true, and that the opposite affirmative is false, and thus that both are not true about the same thing. Accordingly, if, as we have proved, a thing through which being denied has to be admitted must be always, it follows that the aforesaid propositions, and all that result from them, are everlasting. But such propositions are not God. Therefore something beside God must be eternal. These, then, and similar arguments may be taken from the standpoint of creatures to prove that creatures have been always. End of chapter 33. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, L.C. Chapter 34 of Summa Contra Gentiles, second book, on creation, by St. Thomas Aquinas, translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 34. Arguments to prove the eternity of the world from the point of view of the making. Again, other arguments may be taken from the point of view of the making, in order to prove the same conclusion. For what is asserted by all in common cannot possibly be entirely false, because a false opinion is a weakness of the understanding, even as a false judgment about its proper sensible results from a weakness of the sense. Now defects are accidental, since they are beside the intention of nature, and what is accidental cannot be always and in everything. For instance, the judgment given by all tastes about savors cannot be false. Consequently, the judgment given by all about a truth cannot be erroneous. Now, it is the common opinion of all philosophers that from nothing naught is made, according to the first book of Physics, chapter 4, paragraph 2. Wherefore, this must be true. Hence, if a thing is made, it must be made from something. And if this also is made, it must also be made from something. But this cannot go on indefinitely, for then no generation would be completed, since it is not possible to go through an infinite number of things. Therefore we must come to some first thing that was not made. Now everything that has not always been must have been made. Therefore the thing from which all things were first made must be eternal. But this is not God, since he cannot be the matter of a thing, as we proved in the first book. Therefore it follows that something beside God is eternal, namely, primary matter. Moreover, if a thing is not in the same state now and before, it must be, in some way, changed. For to be moved is not to be in the same state now as before, according to the fifth book of Physics, chapter 1, paragraph 7. Now everything that begins to be anew is not in the same state now as before. Therefore this must result from some movement or change. But every movement or change is in a subject, for it is the act of a movable, according to the third book of Physics, chapter 2, paragraph 5. Now since movement precedes that which is made by movement, for movement terminates therein, it follows that before anything made there pre-exists a movable subject. And since this cannot go on indefinitely, we must necessarily come to some first subject that begins not anew, but always has been. Again, whatever begins to be anew, it was possible, before it was, that it would be. For if not, it was impossible for it to be, and necessarily for it not to be. And so it would have always been a non-being, and it never would have begun to be. Now that for which it is possible to be is a subject potentially a being, according to the seventh book of Metaphysics, chapter 2, paragraph 1. Therefore, before everything that begins to be anew, there must pre-exist a subject which is a potential being. And since this cannot go on indefinitely, we must suppose some first subject which did not begin to be anew. Again, no permanent substance is while it is being made. For it is made in order that it may be, wherefore it would not have to be made if it were already. But while it is being made, there must be something that is the subject of the making. Since a making, seeing that it is an accident, cannot be without a subject. Therefore whatever is made has a pre-existing subject. And since this cannot go on indefinitely, it follows that the first subject was not made, but is eternal. Whence it also follows that something beside God is eternal, because he cannot be the subject of making or movement. Accordingly, these are the arguments, through clinging to which as though they were demonstrations, some people say that things created have necessarily been always, wherein they contradict the Catholic faith, which affirms that nothing beside God has always been, and that all things have begun to be, save the one eternal God. End of chapter 34. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, L.C. Chapter 35 of Summa Contra Gentiles, second book on creation, by St. Thomas Aquinas, translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 35. Solution to the foregoing arguments, and first of those that were taken from the standpoint of God. We must, accordingly, show that the foregoing reasons do not necessarily conclude, and first, those that are produced on the part of the agent. For it does not follow that God is moved either per se or accidentally, if his effect begin to be anew, as the first argument pretended. Because newness of effect may argue change of the agent insofar as it proves newness of action, since it is impossible for a new action to be in the agent, unless the latter be in some way moved, at least from inaction to action. But newness of effect does not prove newness of action in God, since his action is his essence, as we have proved above. Neither therefore can newness of effect argue change in God the agent. And yet it does not follow, if the action of the first agent is eternal, that his effect is eternal, as the second argument inferred. For it has been shown above that in producing things God acts voluntarily. Not, however, as though there were an intermediate action of his, as in us the action of the motive power intervenes between the act of the will and the effect, as we have proved in a foregoing chapter. But his act of understanding and willing must be his act of making. Now the effect follows from the intellect and the will according to the determination of the intellect and the command of the will. And just as every other condition of the thing made is determined by the intellect, so is time appointed to it. For art determines not only that this thing is to be such and such, but that it is to be at this particular time, even as a physician determines that a draught is to be taken at such and such a time. Wherefore, if his willing were per se efficacious for producing the effect would follow anew from his former will, without any new action on his part. Therefore nothing prevents our saying that God's action was from eternity, whereas his effect was not from eternity, but then when from eternity he appointed. Hence it is also clear that, although God is the sufficient cause of bringing things into being, it is not necessary to suppose that because he is eternal, his effect is eternal, as the third argument contended. For if we suppose a sufficient cause, we suppose its effect, but not an effect outside the cause. For this would be through insufficiency of the cause, as if, for instance, a hot thing failed to give heat. Now the proper effect of the will is for that thing to be which the will wills. And if something else were to be than what the will wills, this would be an effect that is not proper to the cause but foreign thereto. But just as the will, as we have said, wills this thing to be such and such, so does it will it to be at such and such a time. Wherefore, for the will to be a sufficient cause, it is not necessary for the effect to be when the will is, but when the will has appointed the effect to be. On the other hand, it is different with things which proceed from a cause acting naturally, because the action of nature is according as nature is. Wherefore the effect must necessarily follow if the cause exist. Whereas the will acts, not according to the mode of its being, but according to the mode of its purpose. And consequently, just as the effect of a natural agent follows the being of the agent, so the effect of a voluntary agent follows the mode of his purpose. From the foregoing, it is again clear that the effect of the divine will is not delayed, although it was not always, whereas it was always willed, as the fourth reason argued. Because the object of the divine will is not only the existence of the effect, but also the time of its existence. Wherefore the thing willed, namely, that a creature should exist at such and such a time, is not delayed, because the creature began to exist at the time appointed by God from eternity. Nor can we conceive a diversity of parts of any duration before the beginning of the whole creature, as was supposed in the fifth argument. For nothingness has neither measure nor duration, and the duration of God, which is eternity, has no parts, but is utterly simple, having no before and after, since God is immovable, as stated in the first book. Wherefore, there is no comparison between the beginning of the whole creature and any various signate parts of an already existing measure, to which parts the beginning of creatures can be related in a like or unlike manner, so that there need be a reason in the agent why he should have produced the creature at this particular point of that duration, and not at some particular or subsequent point. Such a reason would be necessary if there were some duration divisible into parts, beside the whole creature produced, as happens in particular agents, who produce their effect in time, but do not produce time itself. But God brought into being both the creature and time together. Hence in this matter, we have not to consider the reason why he produced them now and not before, but only why not always. This may be made clear by a comparison with place. For particular bodies are produced not only at a determined time, but also in a determined place. And since time and place by which they are contained are extraneous to them, there must needs be a reason why they are produced in this place and time rather than in another. Whereas in the whole heaven, outside which there is no place, and together with which the entire place of all things is produced, we have not to consider the reason why it is produced here and not there. And through thinking that this reason ought to be a matter of consideration, some have fallen into error, so as to place the infinite in bodies. In like manner, in the production of the entire creature, outside which there is no time, and together with which time is produced simultaneously, we have not to consider the reason why it was produced now and not before, so that we be led to grant the infinity of time, but only why it was not always produced, or why after non-being, so as to imply a beginning. For the purpose of inquiring into this question, the sixth argument was adduced on the part of the end, which alone can bring about necessity in those things which are done voluntarily. Now the end of God's will can only be His goodness, and He does not act in order to bring this end into being, as a craftsman works in order to produce his handiwork, since His goodness is eternal and unchangeable, so that nothing can accrue thereto. Nor could it be said that God works for His betterment. Nor again does He act in order to obtain this end for Himself, as a king fights in order to obtain possession of a city. For He is His own goodness. It remains, therefore, that He acts for an end by producing an effect, so that it participate His end. Accordingly, in thus producing an effect on account of an end, the uniform relation of the end to the agent is not to be taken as a reason for His work being eternal. But rather we should consider the relation of the end to the effect which is made on account of the end, so that the effect be produced in such a way as to be most fittingly directed to the end. Consequently, from the fact that the end is uniformly related to the agent, we cannot conclude that the effect is eternal. Nor is it necessary that the divine effect should have been always, because thus it is more fittingly directed to the end, as the seventh argument seemed to infer. But it is more fittingly directed to the end by the fact that it was not always. For every agent that produces an effect in participation of his own form intends to produce his likeness therein. Wherefore it was becoming to God's will to produce the creature in participation of His goodness, so that it might reflect the divine goodness by its likeness. But this reflection cannot be by way of equality, as a univocal effect reflects its cause, so that it be necessary for eternal effects to be produced by the divine goodness. But it is after the manner in which the transcendent is reflected by that which is transcended. Now the transcendence of the divine goodness over the creature is especially manifested by the fact that creatures have not been always. For thereby it is manifest that all else beside Him has Him as the author of its being, and that His power is not constrained to produce these effects, as nature is to natural effects, and consequently that He is a voluntary and intelligent agent, the opposite of which some have affirmed through maintaining the eternity of creatures. Accordingly, on the part of the agent, there is nothing to oblige us to hold the eternity of creatures. End of chapter 35. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, LC. Chapter 36 of Summa Contra Gentiles, second book on creation, by St. Thomas Aquinas, translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 36. Solution of the arguments produced on the part of the things made. In like manner again, neither is there, on the part of creatures, anything to induce us to assert their eternity. For the necessity of being that we find in creatures, from which the first argument is taken, is a necessity of order, as was shown above. And a necessity of order does not compel the subject of a like necessity to have been always, as we proved above. For although the substance of heaven, through being devoid of potentiality to non-being, has a potentiality to being, yet this necessity follows its substance. Wherefore its substance, once brought into being, this necessity involves the impossibility of not being. but it does not make it impossible for the heaven not to be, from the point of view where we consider the production of its very substance. Likewise, the power to be always, from which the second argument proceeded, presupposes the production of the substance. Hence, where the production of the heaven's substance is in question, this power cannot be a sufficient argument for that substance's eternity. Again, the argument adduced in sequence does not compel us to admit the eternity of movement. For it has been made clear that without any change in God, the agent, it is possible for him to do something new that is not eternal. And if it is possible for something to be done by him anew, it is evident that something can also be moved by him anew, since newness of movement is consequent upon the ordinance of the eternal will to the effect that movement be not always. Likewise, the intention which natural agents have of perpetuating the species, which was the starting point of the fourth argument, presupposes that natural agents are already in being. Wherefore this argument has no place, save in natural things already brought into being, but not when it is a question of the first production of things. The question as to whether it is necessary to admit that generation will go on forever will be discussed in the sequel. Also, the fifth argument, taken from time, presupposes rather than proves the eternity of movement. For since before and after and continuity of time are consequent upon before and after and continuity of movement, according to the teaching of Aristotle, in the fourth book of Physics, chapter 11, paragraph 5, it is clear that the same instant is the beginning of the future and the end of the past, because in movement there is something assignable, that is the beginning and end of the various parts of movement. Wherefore it will not be necessary for each instant to be thus, unless every assignable instant that we conceive in time be between before and after in movement, and this is to suppose that movement is eternal. But he who supposes that movement is not eternal, we say that the first instant of time is the beginning of the future and the end of no past. Nor is it incompatible with the succession of time if we place therein a now that is a beginning and not an end, because a line in which we place a point that is a beginning and not an end is stationary and not transitory. Since even in a particular movement, which also is not stationary but transitory, it is possible to designate something as only a beginning and not an end of movement. For otherwise all movement would be perpetual, which is impossible. That we suppose the non-being of time to precede its being, if time began, does not compel us to say that time is, if we suppose that it is not, as the sixth argument inferred. For the before that we speak of as being before time was, not simply any part of time in reality, but only in our imagination. Because when we say that time has being after non-being, we mean that there was no part of time before this signet now. Thus, when we say that there is nothing above the heaven, we do not mean that there is a place outside the heaven which can be said to be above in relation to the heaven, but that there is no place above it. In either case, the imagination can apply a measure to the already existing thing, and just as this measure is no reason for admitting infinite quantity in a body, as stated in the third book of Physics, so neither is it a reason for supposing that time is eternal. The truth of propositions which one has to grant even if one denies them, and from which the seventh argument proceeded, has the necessity of that relation which is between predicate and subject. Wherefore it does not compel a thing to be always, except perhaps as understood by the divine intellect in which all truth is rooted, as we showed in the first book. Hence it is clear that the arguments taken from creatures do not compel one to assert the eternity of the world. End of chapter 36. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, LC. Chapter 37 of Summa Contra Gentiles, second book on creation, by St. Thomas Aquinas, translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 37. Solution of the arguments taken from the making of things. It remains for us to show that neither does any argument taken from the point of view of the making of things compel us to draw the aforesaid conclusion. The common opinion of the philosophers who asserted that "from nothing naught is made," on which the first argument was based, holds good for that particular making which they had under consideration. For since all our knowledge begins from the senses which are about singulars, human speculations proceeded from particular to universal considerations. Wherefore those who sought the principle of things considered only the particular making of beings, and inquired in what manner this particular fire or this particular stone was made. At first, considering the making of things more from an outward point of view than it behooved them to do, they stated that a thing is made only in respect of certain accidental dispositions, such as rarity, density, and so forth. And they said in consequence that to be made was nothing else than to be altered, for the reason that they understood everything to be made from an actual being. Later on, they considered the making of things more inwardly, and made a step forward to the making of things in regard to their substance. For they asserted that a thing does not need to be made except accidentally, from an actual being, and that it is made per se from a being in potentiality. But this making, which is of a being from any being whatsoever, is the making of a particular being, which is made for as much as it is this being, for instance, a man or a fire, but not for as much as it is considered universally. For there was previously a being which is transformed into this being. Entering still more deeply into the origin of things, they considered at last the procession of all created being from one first cause, as appears from the arguments given above which prove this. In this procession of all being from God, it is not possible for anything to be made from something already existing, since it would not be the making of all created being. The early natural philosophers had no conception of such a making, for it was their common opinion that "from nothing naught is made," or if any of them conceived the idea, they did not consider that the name of making was applicable thereto, since the word making implies movement or change, whereas in this origin of all being from one first being, the transformation of one being into another is inconceivable, as we have proved. For which reason, neither does it belong to the natural philosophers to consider this same origin of things, but to the metaphysician, who considers universal being and things that are devoid of movement. We, however, by a kind of metaphor transfer the name making even to that origin, so that we say that anything whatsoever is made, if its essence or nature originates from something else. Wherefore it is clear that neither is the second argument cogent, which was taken from the nature of movement. For creation cannot be described as a change save metaphorically, insofar as the created thing be considered to have being after non-being, in which way one thing is said to be made out of another, even in those things where the one is not changed into the other, for the sole reason that one succeeds the other, as day out of night. Nor does the nature of movement that is brought into the argument justify the conclusion, since what nowise exists is not in any particular state, that when it begins to exist, it is in a different state now and before. Hence again it is evident that there is no need for a passive potentiality to precede the existence of all created being, as the third argument inferred. For this is necessary in those things which take their origin of being from movement, since movement is the act of a potential being, according to the third book of Physics, chapter 1, paragraph 6. But before a created thing was, it was possible for it to be, through the power of the agent by which power also it began to be, or it was possible on account of the habitude of the terms, in which no incompatibility is found, which kind of possibility is said to be in respect of no potentiality, as the Philosopher says in the 5th book of Metaphysics. For this predicate, being, is not incompatible with this subject, world, or man, as measurable is incompatible with diameter. And thus it follows that it is not impossible for it to be, and consequently that before it was possible for it to be apart from all potentiality. But in those things which are made by movement, it is necessary that they be previously possible in respect of a passive potentiality, and it is with regard to these that the Philosopher employs this argument in the 7th book of Metaphysics. From this, it is also clear that neither is the 4th argument conclusive for the purpose. For in things made by movement, to be made and to be are not simultaneous, because succession is found in their making, whereas in things that are not made by movement, their making is not before their being. It is therefore evident that nothing prevents our asserting that the world has not been always, and this is affirmed by the Catholic faith in Genesis chapter 1, verse 1. In the beginning, God created heaven and earth. And in Proverbs chapter 8, verse 22, it is said of God, before he made anything from the beginning, etc. End of chapter 37. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, L.C. Chapter 38 of Summa Contra Gentiles, 2nd book, on Creation, by St. Thomas Aquinas, translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 38. Arguments by which some endeavor to prove that the world is not eternal. Now there are some arguments brought forward by certain people to prove that the world was not always. They are taken from the following. For it has been proved that God is the cause of all things. But a cause must precede in duration the things made by its action. Again, since all being is created by God, it cannot be said to be made from some being, so that it must be made from nothing, and consequently has being after non-being. Also, because it is not possible to pass by an infinite number of things. Now, if the world were always, an infinite number of things would have now been passed by. Since what is passed by, and if the world was always, there is an infinite number of days or an infinite number of solar revolutions. Further, it follows that an addition is made to the infinite, since every day something is added to the past days or revolutions. Moreover, it follows that it is possible to go on to infinity in efficient causes, if there was always generation, and we are bound to admit this latter if the world was always, because the son's cause is his father, and another man is the latter's father, and so on indefinitely. Again, it will follow that there is an infinite number of things, namely, the immortal souls of an infinite number of men. Now, since these arguments do not conclude of absolute necessity, although they are not devoid of probability, it is enough merely to touch upon them, lest the Catholic faith seem to be founded on empty reasonings, and not, as it is, on the most solid teaching of God. Wherefore it seems right that we should indicate how those arguments are met by those who asserted the eternity of the world. For the first statement, that an agent necessarily precedes the effect brought about by its operation, is true of those things which act by movement, because the effect is not until the movement is ended, and the agent must necessarily exist even when the movement begins. On the other hand, in those things which act instantaneously, this is not necessary. Thus, as soon as the sun reaches the point of the east, it enlightens our hemisphere. Also, that which is said in the second place is of no avail. For in order to contradict the statement, something is made from something, if this be not granted, we must say, something is not made from something, and not, something is made from nothing, except in the sense of the former. Whence we cannot conclude that it is made after not being. Again, the third argument is not cogent, for though the infinite in act be impossible, it is not impossible in succession, since any given infinite taken in this sense is finite. Hence each of the preceding revolutions could be passed by, since it was finite. But in all of them together, if the world had been always, there would be no first revolution. Wherefore there would be no passing through them, because this always requires two extremes. Again, the fourth argument put forward is weak. For nothing hinders the infinite receiving an addition on the side of which it is finite. Now supposing time to be eternal, it follows that it is infinite anteriorly, but finite posteriorly, since the present is the term of the past. Nor is the argument cogent which is given in the fifth place. For it is impossible, according to philosophers, to have an infinite number of active causes which act together simultaneously, because the effect would have to depend on an infinite number of simultaneous actions. Such are causes that are per se infinite, because their infinity is required for their effect. On the other hand, in causes that do not act simultaneously, this is not impossible, according to those who assert that generation has always been. And this infinity is accidental to the causes, for it is accidental to the father of Socrates that he is another man's son or not. Whereas it is not accidental to the stick, for as much as it moves the stone, that it be moved by the hand, since it moves for as much as it is moved. The objection taken from souls is more difficult, and yet the argument is not of much use, since it takes many things for granted. For some of those who maintained the eternity of the world asserted that human souls do not survive the body. Some said that of all souls there survives only the separate intellect, or the active intellect according to some, or even the passive intellect according to others. Some have held a kind of rotation in souls, saying that the same souls after several centuries return to bodies. And some do not consider it incongruous that there should be things actually infinite in those which have no order. Nevertheless, one may proceed to prove this more efficiently from the end of the divine will, as we have indicated above. For the end of God's will in the production of things is His goodness, as manifested in His effects. Now God's might and goodness are especially made manifest in that things other than Himself were not always. For the fact that they have not always been clearly shows that other things beside Himself have their being from Him. It also shows that He does not act by a necessity of His nature, and that His power is infinite in acting. Therefore it was most becoming to the goodness of God that He should give His creatures a beginning of their duration. From what has been said, we are able to avoid the various errors of the pagan philosophers, some of whom asserted the eternity of the world, others asserted that the matter of the world is eternal, out of which at a certain time the world began to be formed, either by chance, or by some intellect, or else by attraction and repulsion. For all these suppose something eternal beside God, which is incompatible with the Catholic faith. End of chapter 38. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, LC. Chapter 39 of Summa Contra Gentiles, second book on creation, by St. Thomas Aquinas, translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 39. That the distinction of things is not from chance. Having disposed of those matters which relate to the production of things, it remains for us to treat of those which call for our consideration as regards the distinction of things. Of these, the first that we have to prove is that the distinction of things is not from chance. For chance occurs only in those things which it is possible to be otherwise, since we do not ascribe to chance those that are necessarily and always. Now it was shown above that certain things have been created in whose nature there is no possibility of not being, such as immaterial substances and those which are not composed of contraries. Wherefore it is impossible that their substances be from chance. But it is by their substances that they are mutually distinct. Therefore their distinction is not from chance. Moreover, since chance is only in those things that are possibly otherwise, and since the principle of this possibility is matter and not their form, which in fact determines the possibility of matter to one, it follows that those things which are distinct by their forms are not distinct by chance, but perhaps those things are whose distinction is from matter. But the distinction of species is from the form, and the distinction of singulars in the same species is from matter. Wherefore the specific distinction of things cannot be from chance, but perhaps chance causes the distinction of certain individuals. Also, since matter is the principle and cause of causal things, as we have shown, there may be chance in the making of things produced from matter. But it was proved above that the first production of things into being was not from matter, wherefore there is no place for chance in them. Yet the first production of things must needs have included their distinction, since there are many created things which are neither produced from one another, nor from something common, because they do not agree in matter. Therefore it is impossible for the distinction of things to be from chance. Again, a per se cause is before an accidental cause. Hence, if later things are from a determinate per se cause, it is unfitting to say that the first things are from an undeterminate accidental cause. Now the distinction of things naturally precedes their movements and operations, since determinate movements and operations belong to things determinate and distinct. But movements and operations of things are from per se and determinate causes, since we find that they proceed from their causes in the same way either always or for the most part. Therefore the distinction of things is also from a per se determinate cause, and not from chance, which is an indeterminate accidental cause. Moreover, the form of anything that proceeds from an intellectual voluntary agent is intended by the agent. Now the universe of creatures has for its author God, who is an agent by his will and intellect, as proved above. Nor can there be any defect in his power, so that he fail of his intention, since his power is infinite, as was proved above. It follows, therefore, that the form of the universe is intended and willed by God. Therefore it is not from chance, for we ascribe to chance those things which are beside the intention of the agent. Now the form of the universe consists in the distinction and order of its parts. Therefore the distinction of things is not from chance. Further, that which is good and best in the effect is the end of its production. But the good and the best in the universe consists in the mutual order of its parts, which is impossible without distinction. Since by this order the universe is established as one whole, and this is its best. Therefore the order of the parts of the universe and their distinction is the end of the production of the universe. Therefore the distinction of things is not from chance. Holy Writ bears witness to this truth, as is clear from Genesis chapter 1 verse 1, where after the words, "In the beginning God created heaven and earth," the text continues in verse 4, "God divided the light from darkness," and so on, so that not only the creation of things, but also their distinction is shown to be from God, and not from chance, but as the good and the best of the universe. Wherefore it is added in verse 31, God saw all the things he had made, and they were very good. Hereby is excluded the opinion of the ancient natural philosophers who affirmed that there was only a material cause, and no other, from which all things were made by expansion and cohesion. For these are compelled to say that the distinction of things which we observe in the universe resulted, not from the intentional ordinance of one, but from the chance movement of matter. Likewise is excluded the opinion of Democritus and Leucippus, who postulated an infinite number of material principles, namely, indivisible bodies of the same nature, but differing in shape, order, and position, to whose convergence, which must needs be fortuitous, since they denied the existence of an active cause, they ascribed the diversity among things, on account of the three aforesaid differences of atoms, to wit, of shape, order, and position. Wherefore it followed that the distinction of things was by chance. And from what has been said, this is clearly false. End of chapter 39. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, LC. Chapter 40 of Summa Contra Gentiles, second book, on creation, by St. Thomas Aquinas, translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 40. That matter is not the first cause of the distinction of things. Furthermore, it is evident from the foregoing that the distinction of things is not on account of a diversity of matter as its first cause. For nothing determinate can proceed from matter except by chance, because matter is in potentiality to many things, of which, if only one were to result, it must needs be that this happens in the minority of cases, and such is that which happens by chance, especially if we remove the intention of an agent. Now it was proved that the distinction of things is not from chance. It follows, therefore, that it is not on account of a diversity of matter as its first cause. Again, those things which result from the intention of an agent are not on account of matter as their first cause. For an active cause precedes matter in acting, because matter does not become an actual cause except in so far as it is moved by an agent. Wherefore, if an effect is consequent upon a disposition of matter and the intention of an agent, it does not result from matter as its first cause. For this reason we find that those things which are referable to matter as their first cause are beside the intention of the agent, for instance, monsters and other mischances of nature. But the form results from the intention of the agent. This is proved thus. The agent produces its like according to its form, and if sometimes this fails, it is from chance on account of a defect in the matter. Therefore forms do not result from a disposition of matter as their first cause. On the contrary, matters are disposed in such a way that such may be their forms. Now the specific distinction of things is according to their forms. Therefore the distinction of things is not on account of the diversity of matter as its first cause. Moreover, the distinction of things cannot result from matter except in those which are made from pre-existing matter. Now many things are distinguished from one another, which cannot be made from pre-existing matter. For instance, the celestial bodies which have no contrary, as their movement shows. Therefore the diversity of matter cannot be the first cause of the distinction of things. Again, whatever things having a cause of their being are distinct from one another, have a cause of their distinction, because a thing is made a being according as it is made one, undivided in itself and distinct from others. Now if matter, by its diversity, is the cause of the distinction of things, we must suppose that matters are in themselves distinct, Moreover, it is evident that every matter has being from something else, since it was proved above that everything, that is, in any way whatsoever, is from God. Therefore something else is the cause of distinction in matters, and consequently the first cause of the distinction of things cannot be a diversity of matter. Again, since every intellect acts for the sake of good, it does not produce a better thing for the sake of an inferior thing. And it is the same with nature. Now all things proceed from God who acts by his intellect, as stated above. Therefore inferior things proceed from God for the sake of better things, and not vice versa. But form is more noble than matter, since it is its perfection and act. Therefore he does not produce such and such forms for the sake of such and such matters, but rather he produced such and such matters that there might be such and such forms. Therefore the specific distinction in things, which is according to their form, is not on account of their matter, but on the contrary, matters were created diverse, that they might be suitable for diverse forms. Hereby is excluded the opinion of Anaxagoras, who postulated an infinite number of material principles, which at first were mixed together in one confused mass, but which an intellect subsequently separated, thus establishing a distinction among things. As well as the opinions of any who held the distinction of things to be the result of various material principles. End of chapter 40. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, L.C. Chapter 41 of Summa Contra Gentiles, second book on creation, by St. Thomas Aquinas, translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 41. That the distinction of things is not on account of a contrariety of agents. From the above we may also prove that the cause of distinction among things is not a diversity or even a contrariety of agents. For if the diverse agents who cause the diversity among things are ordered to one another, there must be some cause of this order, since many are not united together save by some one. And thus the principle of this order will be the first and sole cause of the distinction of things. If, on the other hand, these various agents are not ordered to one another, their convergence to the effect of producing the diversity of things will be accidental, wherefore the distinction of things will be by chance, the contrary of which has been proved above. Again, ordered effects do not proceed from diverse causes having no order, except perhaps accidentally, for diverse things, as such, do not produce one. Now things mutually distinct are found to have a mutual order, and this is not by chance, since for the most part one is helped by another. Wherefore it is impossible that the distinction among things thus ordered be on account of a diversity of agents without order. Moreover, things that have a cause of their distinction cannot be the first cause of the distinction of things. Now if we take several coordinate agents, they must needs have a cause of their distinction, because they have a cause of their being, since all beings are from one first being, as was shown above. And the cause of a thing's being is the same as the cause of its distinction from others, as we have proved. Therefore diversity of agents cannot be the first cause of distinction among things. Again, if the diversity of things comes of the diversity or contrariety of various agents, this would seem especially to apply, as many maintain, to the contrariety of good and evil, so that all good things proceed from a good principle, and evil things from an evil principle. For good and evil are in every genus. But there cannot be one first principle of all evil things, for, since those things that are through another are reduced to those that are of themselves, it would follow that the first active cause of evils is evil of itself. Now a thing is said to be such of itself if it is such by its essence. Therefore its essence will not be good. But this is impossible, for everything that is must of necessity be good insofar as it is a being, because everything loves its being and desires it to be preserved, a sign of which is that everything resists its own corruption, and good is what all desire, according to Aristotle in the first book of Ethics 1:1. Therefore distinction among things cannot proceed from two contrary principles, the one good and the other evil. Further, every agent acts inasmuch as it is actual, and inasmuch as it is in act, everything is perfect, and everything that is perfect, as such, is said to be good. Therefore every agent, as such, is good. Wherefore, if a thing is essentially evil, it cannot be an agent. But if it is the first principle of evils, it must be essentially evil, as we have proved. Therefore it is impossible that the distinction among things proceed from two principles, good and evil. Moreover, if every being, as such, is good, it follows that evil, as such, is a non-being. Now no efficient cause can be assigned to non-being, as such, since every agent acts forasmuch as it is an actual being, and every agent produces its like. Therefore no per se efficient cause can be assigned to evil as such. Therefore evils cannot be reduced to one first cause that is of itself the cause of all evils. Further, that which results besides the intention of the agent has no per se cause, but befalls accidentally. For instance, when a man finds a treasure while digging to plant. Now evil cannot result in an effect, except beside the intention of the agent, for every agent intends a good, since the good is what all desire, according to the first book of Ethics 1:1. Therefore evil has not a per se cause, but befalls accidentally in the effects of causes. Therefore we cannot assign one first principle to all evils. Further, contrary agents have contrary actions. Therefore we must not assign contrary principles to things that result from one action. Now good and evil are produced by the same action. Thus by the same action, water is corrupted and air generated. Therefore the difference of good and evil that we find in things is no reason for affirming contrary principles. Moreover, that which altogether is not, is neither good nor evil. Now that which is, forasmuch as it is good, as proved above. Therefore a thing is evil forasmuch as it is a non-being. But this is a being with a privation. Wherefore evil as such is a being with a privation, and the evil itself is this very privation. Now privation has no per se efficient cause, since every agent acts inasmuch as it has a form. Wherefore the per se effect of an agent must be something having that form, because an agent produces its like, except accidentally. It follows then that evil has no per se efficient cause, but befalls accidentally in the effects of causes which are effective per se. Consequently, there is not one per se principle of evil, but the first principle of all things is one first good, in whose effects evil is an accidental consequence. Hence it is said in Isaiah chapter 45, verses 6 and 7, "I am the Lord, and there is none other God. I form the light and create darkness. I make peace and create evil. I am the Lord that do all these things." And in Ecclesiasticus chapter 11, verse 14, "Good things and evil, life and death, poverty and riches are from God. And in the same book, chapter 33, verse 15, good is set against evil, so also is the sinner against a just man. And so look upon all the works of the Most High, two and one against another. God is said to make or create evils insofar as he creates things that are good in themselves and yet hurtful to others. For instance, the wolf, although in his species he is a good of nature, he is nevertheless evil to the sheep, and likewise fire to water, inasmuch as it is corruptive thereof. In like manner, he causes in men those evils which are called penal. Wherefore it is said in Amos 3:6, "Shall there be evil in a city which the Lord hath not done?" In this sense Gregory says, in his Morals 3:9, "Even evils which have no natural subsistence of their own are created by the Lord, but he is said to create evils when he employs creatures that are good in themselves to punish us who do evil." Hereby is excluded the error of those who asserted contrary first principles. This error began with Empedocles, for he held that there are two first active principles, attraction and repulsion, of which he asserted that attraction is the cause of generation, and repulsion the cause of corruption. Wherefore it would seem, as Aristotle says in the first book of Metaphysics, that he was the first to assert two contrary principles, good and evil. Pythagoras asserted two primaries, good and evil, as formal, however, and not as active principles. For he stated that these two are the genera under which all other things are comprised, as the Philosopher declares in the first book of Metaphysics. Now, though these errors of the earlier philosophers were refuted by those of later times, certain men of perverted sense have presumed to combine them with Christian doctrine. The first of these was Marcius, from whom the Marcians take their name, who under the guise of a Christian founded a heresy holding the existence of two contrary principles. He was followed by the Sidonians, afterwards by the Marcianists, and lastly by the Manichees, who especially spread this error abroad. End of chapter 41. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, LC. Chapter 42 of Summa Contra Gentiles, second book, on creation, by St. Thomas Aquinas, translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 42. That the first cause of the distinction of things is not the order of secondary agents. We may also prove from the same premises that the distinction of things is not caused by the order of secondary agents, as those maintained who held that God, since he is one and simple, produces but one effect, which is the first created substance, and that this, because it cannot equal the simplicity of the first cause, not being pure act, but having a certain admixture of potentiality, has a certain multiplicity, so that it is able to produce some kind of plurality, and that in this way effects ever failing of the simplicity of their causes, the multiplication of effects results in the diversity of the things whereof the universe consists. Accordingly, this opinion does not assign one cause to the entire diversity of things, but a different cause to each particular effect, and the entire diversity of things it ascribes to the concurrence of all causes. Now we say that those things happen by chance, which result from the concurrence of various causes, and not from one determinate cause. Wherefore the distinction of things and the order of the universe would be the result of chance. Moreover, that which is best in things caused is reduced, as to its first cause, to that which is best in causes, for effects must be proportionate to their causes. Now the best among all things caused is the order of the universe, wherein the good of the universe consists, even as in human affairs the good of the nation is more godlike than the good of the individual. according to Aristotle in the first book of Ethics 2:8. Hence we must reduce the order of the universe to God as its proper cause, whom we have proved above to be the sovereign good. Therefore the distinction of things, wherein consists the order of the universe, is the result not of secondary causes, but rather simplicity of the first cause. Further, it seems absurd to assign a defect in things as a cause of that which is best in things. Now the best in things caused is their distinction and order, as shown above. Therefore it is unreasonable to assert that this distinction is the result of secondary causes failing of the simplicity of the first cause. Again, in all ordered active causes, where action is directed to an end, the ends of the secondary causes must be directed to the end of the first cause. Thus the ends of the arts of war, horsemanship, and bridle making are directed to the end of the political art. Now the origin of beings from the first being is by an action directed to an end, since it is according to the intellect, as we have proved, and every intellect acts for an end. If, therefore, in the production of things there are any secondary causes, it follows that their ends and actions are directed to the end of the first cause, and this is the last end in things caused. And this is the distinction and order of the parts of the universe, which order is the ultimate form, so to speak. Therefore the distinction and order in things is not on account of the actions of secondary causes, but rather the actions of secondary causes are on account of the order and distinction to be established in things. Further, if the distinction of the parts of the universe and their order is the proper effect of the first cause, through being the ultimate form and the greatest good in the universe, it follows that the distinction and order of things must be in the intellect of the first cause, because in things that are made by an intellect, the form produced in the things made proceeds from a like form in the intellect. For instance, the house which exists in matter proceeds from the house which is in an intellect. Now the form of distinction and order cannot be in an active intellect unless the forms of the things which are distinct and ordered be therein, wherefore in the divine intellect there are the forms of various things distinct and ordered, nor is this incompatible with his simplicity, as we have proved above. Accordingly, if things that are outside the mind proceed from forms that are in the intellect, it will be possible, in things that are effected by an intellect, for many and diverse things to be caused immediately by the first cause, notwithstanding the divine simplicity, on account of which some fell into the aforesaid opinion. Again, the action of one who acts by intellect terminates in the form which he understands, and not in another, except accidentally and by chance. Now God is an agent by his intellect, as we have proved, nor can his action be affected by chance, since he cannot fail of his action. It follows, therefore, that he produces his effect for the very reason that he understands and intends that same effect. But by the same idea that he understands one effect, he can understand many effects other than himself. Wherefore he can at once cause many things without any intermediary. Moreover, as we have shown above, the power of God is not confined to one effect, and this is befitting his simplicity, because the more a power is united, the nearer it approaches to infinity, being able to extend to so many more things. But it does not follow that one thing only can be made by one, except when the agent is determined to one effect. Wherefore, we are not bound to conclude that, because God is one and utterly simple, therefore many things cannot proceed from him, except by means of certain things that fail of his simplicity. Further, it was shown above that God alone can create. Now there are many things which cannot come into being except by creation, such as all those which are not composed of form and matter subject to contrariety. because the like must needs be incapable of being generated, since all generation is from a contrary and from matter. Such are all intellectual substances, and all heavenly bodies, and even primary matter itself. We must therefore assert that all such things have taken the origin of their being from God immediately. Hence it is said in Genesis 1:1, "In the beginning God created heaven and earth," and in Job 37:18, "Thou perhaps hast made the heavens with him, which are most strong, as if they were of molten brass." By the foregoing we exclude the opinion of Avicenna, who says that God by understanding himself produced one first intelligence in which there is already potentiality and act. That this, through understanding God, produces the second intelligence, through understanding itself as being in act, produces the soul of the sphere, and through understanding itself as being in potentiality, produces the substance of the first sphere. And thus, starting from this point, he explains the causing of the diversity of things by secondary causes. We also exclude the opinion of certain early heretics who said that not God but the angels created the world, of which error Simon Magus is said to have been the original author. End of chapter 42. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, LC. Chapter 43 of Summa Contra Gentiles, second book, on creation, by St. Thomas Aquinas, translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 43. That the distinction among things does not result from some secondary agent introducing various forms into matter. Certain modern heretics say that God created the matter of all things visible, but that this was diversified by various forms by an angel. The falseness of this opinion is evident. For the heavenly bodies, wherein no contrariety is to be found, cannot have been formed from any matter, since whatever is made from pre-existing matter must needs be made from a contrary. Wherefore it is impossible that any angel should have formed the heavenly bodies from matter previously created by God. Moreover, the heavenly bodies either have no matter in common with the lower bodies, or they only have primary matter in common with them. For the heaven neither is composed of elements, nor is of an elemental nature, which is proved by its movement, which differs from that of all the elements. And primary matter could not by itself precede all formed bodies, since it is nothing but pure potentiality, and all actual being is from some form. Therefore it is impossible that an angel should have formed all visible bodies from matter previously created by God. Again, everything that is made to be, since making is the way to being. To each thing caused, therefore, it is becoming to be made as it is becoming to be. Now being is not becoming to form alone, nor to matter alone, but to the composite. For matter is merely in potentiality, while form is whereby a thing is, since it is act. Hence it follows that the composite, properly speaking, is. Therefore it belongs to it alone to be made, and not to matter without form. Therefore there is not one agent that creates matter only, and another that induces the form. Again, the first induction of forms into matter cannot be from an agent acting by movement only, for all movement towards a form is from a determinate form towards a determinate form, because matter cannot be without all form, wherefore some form is presupposed in matter. But every agent intending a merely material form must needs be an agent by movement, for since material forms are not subsistent of themselves, and their being is to be in matter, they cannot be brought into being except either by the production of the whole composite, or by the transmutation of matter to this or that form. Therefore it is impossible that the first induction of forms into matter be from someone creating the form only, but it must be from him who is the creator of the whole composite. Further, movement towards a form comes naturally after local movement, for it is the act of that which is more imperfect, as the Philosopher proves. Now in the natural order, things that come afterwards are caused by those which come before. Wherefore movement towards a form is caused by local movement. But the first local movement is the movement of the heaven. Therefore all movement towards a form takes place through the means of the heavenly movement. Hence those things that cannot be made through the means of the heavenly movement cannot be made by an agent that cannot act except by movement. And such must be the agent that cannot act except by inducing form into matter, as we have proved. Now many sensible forms cannot be produced by the heavenly movement except by means of certain presupposed determinate principles. Thus certain animals are not made except from seed. Therefore the original production of these forms, for producing which the heavenly movement is not sufficient without the pre-existence of those forms in the species, must needs proceed from the Creator alone. Again, just as local movement of part and whole are the same, like that of the whole earth and of one clod, according to the third book of Physics, 5:14, so the change of generation is the same in the part and in the whole. Now the parts of those things that are subject to generation and corruption are generated by acquiring actual forms from forms in matter, and not from forms existing outside matter, since the generator must be like the thing generated, as the Philosopher proves in the seventh book of Metaphysics. Neither therefore can the total acquisition of forms by matter be effected by any separate substance, such as an angel. But this must be done either by means of a corporeal agent, or by a creative agent acting without movement. Further, even as being is first among effects, so does it correspond to the first cause as its proper effect. Now being is by form and not by matter. Therefore the first causation of forms is to be ascribed especially to the first cause. Moreover, since every agent produces its like, the effect obtains its form from that to which it is likened by the form it acquired, even as the material house acquires its form from the art, which is the likeness of the house in the mind. Now all things are like God who is pure act, inasmuch as they have forms whereby they become actual, and inasmuch as they desire forms, they are said to desire the divine likeness. Therefore it is absurd to say that the formation of things belongs to another than God the Creator of all. Hence it is that in order to exclude this error, Moses, after saying in Genesis 1:1 that God, in the beginning, created heaven and earth, added how he distinguished all things by forming them in their respective species. Moreover, the Apostle says in Colossians 1:16 that in Christ were all things created in heaven and on earth, visible and invisible. End of chapter 43. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, LC. Chapter 44 of Summa Contra Gentiles, second book on creation, by St. Thomas Aquinas, translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 44. That distinction among things did not result from the diversity of merits or demerits. It remains now for us to show that the distinction among things did not result from different movements of the free will of rational creatures, as Origen maintained in his Periarchon. For he wished to refute the objections and errors of the early heretics, who strove to prove that the different nature of good and evil in things is owing to contrary agents. But on account of the great difference which he observed both in natural and in human things, which difference apparently is not preceded by any merits, for instance, that some bodies are lightsome, some dark, that some are born of pagans, some of Christians, he was compelled to assert that all differences to be found in things have proceeded from a difference of merits, in accordance with the justice of God. For he says that God, of his mere goodness, first made all creatures equal, all of them being spiritual and rational, and these by their free will were moved in diverse ways, some adhering to God more, and some less, some withdrawing from God more, and some less. And in this way there resulted, through divine justice, various grades in spiritual substances, so that some were angels in their various orders, some human souls in their various states, some demons in their various states. And on account of the diversity among rational creatures, he said that God had established diversity among corporeal creatures, so that the more noble spiritual substances were united to the more noble bodies, and thus the corporeal creature would minister in all other various ways to the diversity of spiritual substances. But this opinion is clearly convicted of falsehood, for among effects, the better a thing is, the more does it obtain precedence in the intention of the agent. Now the greatest good in things created is the perfection of the universe, consisting in the order of distinct things, because in all things the perfection of the whole takes precedence of the perfection of each part. Wherefore the diversity of things results from the principal intention of the first agent, and not from a diversity of merits. Again, if all rational creatures were created equal from the beginning, we must say that one of them does not depend on another in its action. Now that which results from the concurrence of various causes, one of which does not depend on another, is causal. Therefore, according to the aforesaid opinion, this distinction in order of things is causal, and this is impossible, as proved above. Moreover, that which is natural to a person is not acquired by him by his will, for the movement of the will, or free will, presupposes the existence of the willer, and for this his nature is required. Accordingly, if the various grades of rational creatures were derived from a movement of the free will, all rational creatures would have their respective grade not naturally but accidentally. But this is impossible. For since the specific difference is natural to each thing, it would follow that all created rational substances are of one species, namely angels, demons, human souls, and the souls of the heavenly bodies, which Origen supposed to be animated. That this is false is proved by the diversity of natural actions, because the mode by which the human intellect naturally understands is not the same as that which sense and imagination, or the angelic intellect and the soul of the Son demand. Unless perhaps we picture the angels and heavenly bodies with flesh and bones and like parts, so that they may have organs of sense, which is absurd. It follows, therefore, that the diversity of intellectual substances is not the result of a diversity of merits which are according to movements of the free will. Again, if things that are natural are not acquired by a movement of the free will, whereas the union of a rational soul with such a body is acquired by the soul on account of preceding merit or demerit, according to the movement of the free will, it would follow that the union of this soul with this body is not natural. Therefore, neither is the composite natural. Yet man, and the sun, and the stars, according to Origen, are composed of rational substances and such bodies. Therefore all these things which are the noblest of corporeal substances are unnatural. Again, if the union of this rational substance with this body is becoming to this rational substance not as such a substance, but as having so merited, its union with this body is not an essential but an accidental union. Now a species does not result from things united accidentally, because from such a union there does not result a thing essentially one. For white man or clothed man is not a species. It would follow, therefore, that man is not a species, nor yet the sun, nor the moon, nor anything of the kind. Moreover, those things which result from merit may be changed for better or for worse, because merits and demerits may increase or diminish, especially according to Origen, who said that the free will of every creature is always flexible to either side. Wherefore, if a rational soul has been allotted this body on account of preceding merit or demerit, it will follow that it can be united again to another body, and not only that the human soul takes another human body, but also that it may sometimes take a sidereal body, which is in accordance with the Pythagorean fable that any soul enters any body, according to Aristotle in the first book of De Anima 3:23. This is both erroneous according to philosophy, which teaches that determinate matters and movables are allotted to determinate forms and movers, and heretical according to faith, which declares that in the resurrection the soul resumes the same body which it has left. Further, since there can be no multitude without distinction, if from the beginning rational creatures were formed in any number, they must have had some diversity. Therefore, one of them had something which another had not. And if this was not the result of a difference in merit, for the same reason neither was it necessary for the difference of grades to result from a difference of merits. Again, every distinction is either according to a division of quantity, which is only in bodies, wherefore, according to Origen, it could not be in the bodies first created, or according to formal division. But this latter cannot be without distinction of grades, since such a distinction is reduced to that of privation in form, and thus one of the condivided forms must needs be better and the other less good. Hence, according to the Philosopher, the species of things are like numbers, one of which is in addition to or in subtraction from the other. Accordingly, if there were many rational substances created from the beginning, there must have been a distinction of grades among them. Again, if rational creatures can subsist without bodies, there was no need to set up a distinction in the corporeal nature on account of the various merits of rational creatures, since even without a diversity of bodies it was possible to find various grades in rational substances. And if rational substances cannot subsist without bodies, it follows that the corporeal creature also was formed from the beginning together with the rational creature. Now the corporeal creature is further removed from the spiritual than spiritual creatures are from one another. If therefore God from the beginning established such a great distance among his creatures without any previous merits, there was no need for a difference of merits to precede in order that rational creatures should be established in different grades. Further, if the diversity of corporeal creatures corresponds to the diversity of spiritual creatures, for the same reason the uniformity of corporeal nature would correspond to the uniformity of rational creatures. Therefore the corporeal nature would have been created even if the preceding merits of the rational creature had been not different but uniform. Hence primary matter would have been created, which is common to all bodies, but under one form only. But in it there are many forms in potentiality. Wherefore it would have remained imperfect, its one form alone being reduced to act, and this is unbefitting the divine goodness. Again, if the diversity of the corporeal creature results from the different movements of the rational creature's free will, we shall have to say that the reason why there is only one sun in the world is because only one rational creature was moved by its free will in such a way as to merit to be united to such a body. Now it was by chance that only one sinned thus. Therefore it is by chance that there is only one Son in the world, and not for the need of corporeal nature. Further, since the spiritual creature does not merit to be degraded except for sin, yet it is degraded from its height, wherein it is invisible, through being united to visible bodies, it would seem to follow that visible bodies are joined to spiritual creatures on account of sin. And this would seem to approach to the error of the Manichees, who said that these visible things proceeded from the evil principle. The authority of Holy Writ is in evident contradiction with this error. For in each making of visible creatures, Moses speaks in terms such as these, in Genesis chapter 1. God saw that it was good, etc. And afterwards, in reference to all, he adds, God saw all the things that he had made, and they were very good. Hence we are clearly given to understand that the corporeal and visible creatures were made because it is good for them to be. And this is in keeping with the divine goodness, and not on account of any merits or sins of rational creatures. Origen seems not to have taken into consideration that, when we give a thing not as a due, but as a free gift, it is not contrary to justice if we give unequal things, without weighing the difference of merits, since payment is due to those who merit. Now God, as stated above, brought things into being, not as though it were due to them, but out of mere bounty. Therefore, the diversity of creatures does not presuppose diversity of merits. Again, since the good of the whole is better than the good of each part, it does not befit the best maker to lessen the good of the whole in order to increase the good of some of the parts. Thus a builder does not give to the foundation the goodness which he gives to the roof, lest he should make a crazy house. Therefore God the maker of all would not make the whole universe to the best of its kind if he made all the parts equal, because many degrees of goodness would be wanting to the universe, and thus it would be imperfect. End of chapter 44. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, LC. Chapter 45 of Summa Contra Gentiles, second book on creation, by St. Thomas Aquinas, translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 45. What is in truth the first cause of the distinction of things? From what we have said, it may be shown what is truly the first cause of the distinction of things. Since every agent intends to induce its likeness into its effect, as far as the effect can admit of it, it does this the more perfectly according as it is more perfect itself. For it is clear that the hotter a thing is, the hotter it makes a thing, and the better the craftsman, the more perfectly he induces the form of his art into matter. Now God is the most perfect agent. Therefore it belonged to God to induce his likeness into created things most perfectly, as far as is befitting to a created nature. But created things cannot come by a perfect likeness to God with respect to only one species of the creature, because, since the cause surpasses its effect, that which in the cause is simply and unitedly is found in the effect to have a composite and multiple nature, unless the effect reach to the species of the cause, which does not apply to the case in point, since the creature cannot be equal to God. Therefore there was need for multiplicity and variety in things created, in order that we might find in them a perfect likeness to God according to their mode. Moreover, just as things made of matter are in the passive potentiality of matter, so things made by an agent must be in the active potentiality of the agent. Now the passive potentiality of matter would not be perfectly reduced to act if one only of those things to which matter is in potentiality were reduced to act. Therefore if an agent, whose potentiality embraces several effects, were to make only one of them, its potentiality would not be so perfectly reduced to act as when it makes several. Now, by the act of potentiality being reduced to act, the effect receives the likeness of the agent. Therefore, there would not be a perfect likeness of God in the universe if all things were of one degree. For this reason, therefore, is there distinction in created things, in order that they may receive God's likeness more perfectly by multiplicity than by unity. Further, a thing approaches the more perfectly to God's likeness according as it is like Him in more things. Now in God is goodness, and the outpouring of that goodness into other things. Therefore the creature approaches more perfectly to God's likeness if it is not only good, but can also act for the goodness of other things, than if it were merely good in itself. Even as that which both shines and enlightens is more like the sun than that which only shines. Now a creature would be unable to act for the goodness of another creature, unless in creatures there were plurality and inequality, because the agent is distinct from and more noble than the patient, according to the third book, De Anima 5:2. Therefore it was necessary that there be also different species of things, and consequently different degrees in things. Again, a plurality of goods is better than one finite good, since they contain this and more besides. Now all goodness of the creature is finite, for it fails of God's infinite goodness. Therefore the universe of creatures, if they are of many degrees, is more perfect than if things were of but one degree. But it becomes the sovereign good to make what is best. Therefore it was becoming that it should make many degrees of creatures. Further, the goodness of the species surpasses the good of the individual, even as the formal exceeds that which is material. Hence multitude of species adds more to the goodness of the universe than multitude of individuals in one species. Therefore it concerns the perfection of the universe that there be not only many individuals, but that there also be different species of things, and consequently different degrees in things. Again, whatever acts by intellect reproduces the species of its intellect in the thing made, for thus an agent by art produces his like. Now God made the creature as an agent by intellect and not by a necessity of his nature, as we proved above. Therefore the species of God's intellect is reproduced in the creature made by him. But an intellect that understands many things is not sufficiently reproduced in one only. Since, then, the divine intellect understands many things, as was proved in the first book, it reproduces itself more perfectly if it produces many creatures of all degrees than if it had produced one only. Moreover, supreme perfection should not be wanting to a work made by the supremely good workman. Now the good of order among diverse things is better than any one of those things that are ordered taken by itself. For it is formal in respect of each, as the perfection of the whole in respect of the parts. Therefore it was unbecoming that the good of order should be wanting to God's work. Yet this good could not be if there were no diversity and inequality of creatures. Accordingly, there is diversity and inequality in things created, not by chance, not as a result of a diversity of matter, not on account of certain causes or merits intervening, but from God's own intention, in that He willed to give the creature such perfection as it was possible for it to have. Hence it is said in Genesis 1:31, God saw all the things that He had made, and they were very good. After it had been said of each that they are good. For each one in its nature is good, but altogether are very good, on account of the order of the universe, which is the ultimate and noblest perfection in things. End of chapter 45. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, L.C. Chapter 46 of Summa Contra Gentiles, second book on creation, by St. Thomas Aquinas, translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 46. That for the perfection of the universe it was necessary that there should be some intellectual creatures. Such being the cause of diversity among things, it remains for us to inquire into the diverse things, as far as this concerns the truth of faith. For this was the third thing we proposed to do. We shall show, first, that as a result of the divine ordinance allotting to creatures that perfection which is best in keeping with their mode, certain creatures were made intellectual so as to occupy the highest point in the universe. For then is an effect most perfect when it returns to its source. Wherefore, of all figures, the circle, of all movements, the circular, are the most perfect, because in them a return is made to the beginning. Hence, in order that the universe of creatures may attain its ultimate perfection, creatures must return to their principle. Now each and every creature returns to this principle in so far as it bears a likeness to its principle, in keeping with its being and nature, wherein it has a certain perfection. Even as all effects are most perfect when they are most like their effective cause, as a house when it is most like art, and fire when it is most like its generator. Since, then, God's intellect is the principle of the creature's production, as we proved above, it was necessary for the creature's perfection that some creatures should be intelligent. Moreover, second perfection in things adds to first perfection. Now, as the being and nature of a thing is considered as pertaining to its first perfection, so is operation considered as belonging to its second perfection. Wherefore, for the complete perfection of the universe, there should be some creatures which return to God not only in likeness of nature, but also by their operation. And this cannot be save by the act of the intellect and will. Since not even God himself has any other operation towards himself than these. Therefore it was necessary for the greatest perfection of the universe that there should be some intellectual creatures. Further, in order that creatures might render perfectly a representation of the divine goodness, it was necessary, as above stated, that things should not only be made good, but also that they should operate for the goodness of others. Now a thing is perfectly likened to another in its operation, when not only the action is of the same species, but also the mode of acting is the same. Hence it was necessary, for the highest perfection of things, that there should be some creatures who act in the same way as God. But it has been proved above that God acts by intellect and will. Therefore it was necessary for some creatures to have intelligence and will. Moreover, likeness of the effect to its efficient cause is considered on the part of the effect's form which pre-exists in the agent. For an agent produces its like as regards the form whereby it acts. Now the form of the agent is received in the effect sometimes indeed according to the same mode of being as it has in the agent. Thus the form of the fire generated has the same mode of being as the form of the generating fire, and sometimes according to another mode of being. Thus the form of the house which exists intelligibly in the craftsman's mind is received in the house that is outside the mind according to a material manner. And it is clear that the former likeness is more perfect than the latter. Now the perfection of the universe of creatures consists in a likeness to God, just as the perfection of every effect consists in a likeness to its efficient cause. Therefore the highest perfection of the universe requires not only the second likeness of the creature to God, but also the first, as far as possible. But the form whereby God produces the creature is an intelligible form in him, since he is an agent by intellect, as proved above. Therefore the highest perfection of the universe requires that there should be some creatures in which the form of the divine intellect is reproduced according to an intelligible mode of being. And this means that there should be creatures of an intellectual nature. Again, nothing but his goodness moves God to the production of creatures, which goodness he wished to communicate to other things by way of likeness to himself, as shown above. Now likeness to another is found in a thing in two ways. In one way, as regards natural being, as the likeness of fiery heat is in the thing heated by fire. In another way, as regards knowledge, as the likeness of fire is in sight or touch. In order, therefore, that the likeness of God might be in things in such ways as are possible, it behooved that the divine goodness should be communicated by likeness not only in being, but also in knowledge. But an intellect alone is capable of knowing the divine goodness. Therefore it was necessary that there should be intellectual creatures. Further, in all things becomingly ordered, the relation of second to last imitates the order of first to all, both second and last, though sometimes defectively. Now it has been proved that God comprises all creatures in himself, and this is reproduced in corporeal creatures, although in a different way. For the higher body is even found to comprise and contain the lower, yet according to quantitative extension, whereas God contains all creatures in a simple manner, and not by extension of quantity. Hence, in order that the imitation of God in this way also might not be lacking to creatures, intellectual creatures were made that prize and contain the lower, yet according to quantitative extension, but simply by way of intelligibility. Since what is understood is in the intelligent subject, and is grasped by his intellectual operation. End of chapter 46. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, LC. Chapter 47 of Summa Contra Gentiles, second book on creation, by St. Thomas Aquinas, translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 47. That intellectual substances are capable of willing. Now these intellectual substances must needs be capable of willing. For there is in all things a desire for good, since the good is what all desire, as philosophers teach. This desire in things devoid of knowledge is called natural appetite. Thus a stone desires to be below. In those which have sensitive knowledge, it is called animal appetite, which is divided into concupiscible and irascible. In those which understand, it is called intellectual or rational appetite, which is the will. Therefore intellectual substances have a will. Again, that which is by another is reduced to that which is by itself as preceding it. Wherefore, according to the Philosopher in the 8th book of Physics, things moved by another are reduced to the first self-movers. Also, in syllogisms, the conclusions which are known from other things are reduced to first principles which are self-evident. Now, in created substances, we find some which do not move themselves to act, but are moved by force of nature, for instance, inanimate things, plants and dumb animals, for it is not in them to act or not to act. Therefore, there must be a reduction to some first things which move themselves to action. But the first in created things are intellectual substances, as shown above. Therefore these substances move themselves to act. Now this is proper to the will, whereby a substance has the dominion of its action, because it is in it to act and not to act. Therefore created intellectual substances have a will. Moreover, the principle of every operation is the form whereby a thing is actual, since every agent acts forasmuch as it is actual. Wherefore the mode of an operation consequent upon a form must be in accordance with that form. Hence a form that does not proceed from that which acts by that form causes an operation over which the agent has no dominion, whereas if there be a form that proceeds from that which acts thereby, the agent will have dominion over the consequent operation. Now natural forms, consequent upon which are natural movements and operations, do not proceed from those things whose forms they are, but wholly from extrinsic agents, since by a natural form a thing has being in its own nature, and nothing can be cause of its own being. Wherefore things that are moved naturally do not move themselves. For a heavy body does not move itself downwards, but its generator which gave it its form. Again, in dumb animals, the forms, sensed or imagined, which result in movement, are not discovered by the dumb animals themselves, but are received by them from exterior sensibles which act on their senses, and judged of by their natural estimative faculty. Hence, though they are said after a fashion to move themselves, in so far as one part of them moves, and another is moved, yet the actual moving is not from themselves, but partly from external objects sensed, and partly from nature. For in so far as their appetite moves their members, they are said to move themselves, wherein they surpass inanimate beings and plants, in so far as the act of their appetite is in them a necessary sequel to the forms received through their senses and the judgment of their natural estimative power. They are not the cause of their own movement, hence they have not dominion over their own action. But the form understood, whereby the intellectual substance acts, proceeds from the intellect itself, being conceived and, after a fashion, thought out by it, as may be seen in the form of art, which the craftsman conceives and thinks out, and whereby he works. Accordingly, intellectual substances move themselves to act as having dominion over their actions. Therefore they have a will. Again, the active force should be proportionate to the patient, and motive power to the movable. Now in things possessed of knowledge, the apprehensive power is related to the appetitive, as the motive power to the movable, since that which is apprehended by the sense, imagination, or intellect moves the intellectual or animal appetite. But intellective apprehension is not confined to certain objects, but is of all things. Wherefore the Philosopher says of the passive intellect, in the third book of De Anima, that it is that whereby we become all things. Hence the appetite of an intellectual substance has a habitude to all things. Now it is proper to the will to have a habitude to all things. Wherefore the Philosopher says in the third book of Ethics, that it is of both the possible and the impossible. Therefore, intellectual substances have a will. End of chapter 47. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, LC. Chapter 48 of Summa Contra Gentiles, second book on creation, by St. Thomas Aquinas, translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 48. That intellectual substances are of free will in acting. From this it is clear that the aforesaid substances are of free will in acting. That they act by judgment is clear, since through their intellective knowledge they judge of things to be done. And they must needs have freedom if, as proved, they have dominion over their action. Therefore the aforesaid substances are of free will in acting. Again, The free is that which is its own cause, according to the first book of Metaphysics 2:9. Wherefore that which is not the cause of its own acting is not free in acting. Now whatever things are not moved, nor act except they be moved by others, are not a cause of their own acting. Therefore self-movers alone have liberty in acting. These alone act by judgment, because the self-mover is divided into mover and moved, and the mover is the appetite moved by intellect, imagination, or sense, to which faculties judgment belongs. Of these, then, those alone judge freely, which in judging move themselves. Now, no judging power moves itself to judge, unless it reflect on its own action. For if it moves itself to judge, it must needs know its own judgment, and this belongs to the intellect alone. Hence, irrational animals have, in a sense, free movement or action, but not free judgment, whereas inanimate beings, which are moved only by others, have not even free action or movement, while intellectual beings have freedom not only of action, but also of judgment, and this is to have free will. Further, the apprehended form is a moving principle according as it is apprehended under the aspect of good or fittingness, because the external action in self-movers comes from the judgment whereby it is judged that something is good or fitting through the aforesaid form. Accordingly, if he who judges moves himself to judge, he must needs, by some higher form, move himself to judge. And this form can be no other than the idea itself of good or fittingness, whereby one judges of any determinate good or fitting thing. Wherefore those alone move themselves to judge who apprehend the common notion of goodness or fittingness, and these are intellectual beings alone. Therefore intellectual beings alone move themselves not only to act, but also to judge. Therefore they alone are free in judging, and this is to have free will. Moreover, movement and action do not follow from a universal concept save through the medium of a particular apprehension, because movement and action are about particular things. Now the intellect is naturally apprehensive of universals. Wherefore, in order that movement and action of any kind follow from the apprehension of the intellect, it is necessary for the universal concept of the intellect to be applied to particulars. But the universal contains many particulars potentially. Hence application of the intellectual concept may be made to many and diverse things. Consequently, the judgment of the intellect about matters of action is not determined to one thing only. Therefore all intellectual beings have free will. Further, certain things lack liberty of judgment, either because they have no judgment at all, as plants and stones, or because they have a judgment determined by nature to one thing, as irrational animals, for the sheep by its natural estimate judges the wolf to be harmful to it, and as a result of this judgment flies from the wolf, and the same applies to others. Whatever beings therefore have a judgment that is not determined to one thing by nature must needs have free will. Now such are all intellectual beings, for the intellect apprehends not only this or that good, but good itself in general. Wherefore, since the intellect moves the will by the form apprehended, and since in all things mover and moved must needs be mutually proportionate, the will of an intellectual substance will not be determined by nature otherwise than to the good in general. Hence whatever be offered to it under the aspect of good, it is possible for the will to be inclined thereto, since there is no natural determination to the contrary to prevent it. Therefore, in all intellectual beings, the will's act resulting from the judgments of the intellect is free, and this is to have free will, which is defined as the free judgment of reason. End of chapter 48. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, LC. Chapter 49 of Summa Contra Gentiles, second book, on creation, by St. Thomas Aquinas, translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 49. That the intellectual substance is not a body. From the foregoing it is shown that no intellectual substance is a body. For no body is found to contain anything except by quantitative commensuration. Wherefore also, if a thing contain a whole thing in the whole of itself, each part will contain a part, the greater part a greater part, and the lesser part a lesser part. But an intellect does not contain a thing understood by quantitative commensuration, because by its whole self it understands and comprehends both whole and part, things both great and small in quantity. Therefore, no intelligent substance is a body. Moreover, no body can receive the substantial form of another body unless it lose its own form by corruption. But an intellect is not corrupted, but rather is it perfected by receiving the forms of all bodies, since it is perfected by understanding, and understands by having in itself the forms of things understood. Therefore, no intellectual substance is a body. Further, the principle of distinction between individuals of the same species is the division of matter in respect of quantity, because the form of this fire differs not from the form of that fire, except by the fact of its being in different parts into which matter is divided. Nor is this otherwise than by division of quantity, without which substance is indivisible. Now that which is received into a body is received into it according to quantitative division. Therefore a form is not received into a body except as individualized. If, therefore, an intellect were a body, the intelligible forms of things would not be received into it except as individualized. But the intellect understands things by their forms which it has at its disposal. Consequently, the intellect would not understand universals, but only particulars. Now this is clearly false. Therefore no intellect is a body. Again, nothing acts except in accordance with its species, because the form is the principle of action in everything. If, therefore, an intellect be a body, its action will not transcend the order of bodies. Wherefore it would understand nothing but bodies. Now this is clearly false, since we understand many things that are not bodies. Therefore the intellect is not a body. Again, if an intelligent substance is a body, it is either finite or infinite. Now, it is impossible for a body to be infinite actually, as is proved in the Physics. Therefore, it is a finite body if we suppose it to be a body at all. But this is impossible, since in no body can there be infinite power, as we have proved above. Now the power of the intellect in understanding is in a manner infinite, for by it understands species of numbers to infinitude, and likewise species of figures and proportions. Moreover, it knows the universal, which is virtually infinite in its compass, since it contains individuals which are potentially infinite. Therefore, the intellect is not a body. Moreover, it is impossible for two bodies to contain one another, since the container exceeds the contained. Yet two intellects contain and comprehend one another when one understands the other. Therefore, the intellect is not a body. Again, no body's action reflects on the agent, for it is proved in the Physics that no body is moved by itself except in respect of a part, so that, namely, one of its parts be mover and the other moved. Now the intellect by its action reflects on itself, for it understands itself not only as to a part, but as to the whole. Therefore it is not a body. Again, a body's action is not the object of that body's action, nor is its movement the object of its movement, as proved in the Physics. But the action of the intellect is the object of its action, for just as the intellect understands a thing, so does it understand that it understands, and so on indefinitely. Therefore, an intellectual substance is not a body. Hence it is that Holy Writ calls intellectual substances spirits, in which way it is wont to name God who is incorporeal, according to John chapter 4, verse 24, God is a spirit. And it is said in Wisdom chapter 7, verses 22 and 23, for in her, namely divine wisdom, is the spirit of understanding, containing all intelligible spirits. Hereby is excluded the error of the early natural philosophers, who held that there was none but corporeal substance, wherefore they said that even the soul is a body, either fire, air, or water, or something of the kind. Which opinion some have endeavored to introduce into the Christian faith by saying that the soul is the effigy of a body, like a body outwardly imitated. End of chapter 49. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, L.C. Chapter 50 of Summa Contra Gentiles, second book on creation, by St. Thomas Aquinas, translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 50. That intellectual substances are immaterial. It follows from this that intellectual substances are immaterial. For everything composed of matter and form is a body. Since matter cannot receive various forms except in respect of its various parts. And this diversity of parts cannot be in matter except inasmuch as common matter is divided into several by the dimensions existing in matter. For without quantity, substance is indivisible. Now it has been proved that an intelligent substance is not a body. It follows, therefore, that it is not composed of matter and form. Moreover, just as man does not exist apart from this man, so matter exists not apart from this matter. Accordingly, whatever subsistent thing is composed of matter and form is composed of individual form and matter. Now the intellect cannot be composed of individual matter and form, for the species of things understood becomes actually intelligible through being abstracted from individual matter. And according as they are actually intelligible, they become one with the intellect. Therefore the intellect also must be without individual matter. Therefore the intelligent substance is not composed of matter and form. Further, the action of anything composed of matter and form belongs not to the form alone, nor to the matter alone, but to the composite, because to act belongs to that which has being, and being belongs to the composite through its form. Wherefore the composite also acts through its form. Accordingly, if the intelligent substance be composed of matter and form, to understand will be the act of the composite. But action terminates in a thing like the agent, wherefore the composite in generating produces not a form but a composite. If therefore to understand be an action of the composite, you would understand neither form nor matter, but only the composite. Therefore the intelligent substance is not composed of matter and form. Again, the forms of sensible things have a more perfect being in the intellect than in sensible things, since they are more simple and extend to more objects. For by the one intelligible form of man, the intellect knows all men. Now a form existing perfectly in matter makes a thing to be actually such, for instance, to be fire or to be colored. And if it does not make a thing to be actually such, it is in that thing imperfectly, for instance, the form of heat in the air that carries it, and the power of the first agent in its instrument. Consequently, were the intellect composed of matter and form, the forms of the things understood would make the intellect to be actually of the same nature as that which is understood. And this leads to the error of Empedocles, who said that the soul knows fire by fire, and earth by earth, and so on. But this is clearly unreasonable. Therefore the intelligent substance is not composed of matter and form. Further, whatever is in something is therein according to the mode of the recipient. Wherefore if the intellect be composed of matter and form, the forms of things would be in the intellect materially, just as they are outside the mind. Consequently, just as outside the mind they are not actually intelligible, neither would they be when they are in the intellect. Again, forms of contraries, according to the being which they have in matter, are contrary, hence they exclude one another. But according as they are in the intellect, they are not contrary. In fact, one contrary is the intelligible ratio of the other, since one is understood through the other. Consequently, they have not a material being in the intellect. Therefore the intellect is not composed of matter and form. Further, matter does not receive a fresh form except by movement or change. But the intellect is not moved through receiving forms; rather, it is perfected and is at rest while understanding, whereas its understanding is hindered by movement. Consequently, forms are not received by the intellect as by matter or a material thing. Wherefore it is clear that intelligible substances are immaterial as well as incorporeal. Hence Dionysius says in On the Divine Names, chapter 4, "On account of the rays of the divine goodness, all intellectual substances are subsistent, and are known to be both incorporeal and immaterial." End of chapter 50. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, LC. Chapter 51 of Summa Contra Gentiles, second book, on creation, by St. Thomas Aquinas, translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 51. That the intellectual substance is not a material form. From the same premises, it may be shown that intellectual natures are subsistent forms, and do not exist in matter as though their being depended on matter. Because forms, dependent on matter as regards their being properly speaking, have not being themselves, but the composites through them. Hence, if intellectual substances were forms of this kind, it would follow that they have material being, just as they would if they were composed of matter and form. Again, forms that subsist not of themselves cannot act of themselves, but the composites act through them. If therefore intellectual natures were forms of this kind, it would follow that they do not themselves understand, but the things composed of them and matter. Consequently, an intelligent being would be composed of matter and form, and this has been proved to be impossible. Moreover, If the intellect were a form in matter and not self-subsistent, it would follow that what is received into the intellect is received into matter, because such forms as have their being tied to matter do not receive anything without its being received into matter. Since, then, the reception of forms into the intellect is not a reception of forms into matter, it is impossible that the intellect be a material form. Further, to say that the intellect is a non-subsistent form and buried in matter is the same in reality as to say that the intellect is composed of matter and form, and the difference is merely nominal. For in the former case the intellect will be indicated as the form of the composite, while in the latter the intellect denotes the composite itself. Wherefore, if it is false that the intellect be composed of matter and form, it will be false that it is a non-subsistent and material form. End of chapter 51. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, L.C.